PN, Head Department of Management at CICMS. It's a great honor and privilege to welcome all of you to this one-day faculty orientation program on Ultra Paradigm in Research Methods. We are very glad and honored to have you all here today. Before we begin, let's invoke the blessings of the Almighty and pay our respects. For this, I call upon Srimati Sharada, Faculty of Community Center, to sing the invocation song. Shri Vidyam Jagatam Bhatri Sargasthiti Layeshwari Namami Shri Lalitam Vidyam Mahatripura Sundari Pashankusheshu Kodanda Prasuna Vishitam Smaret Udyatoti Ravi Prakya Mahatripura Sundari Bhataya Siridevi Siriganadamuliye Harasamhataye Om Mate Shrimalite Sharadeye Vinapani Omkara Rupi Vidyadayini Amrita Varshini Vinapani Omkara Rupi Vidyadayini Amrita Varshini Sangita Rasike Varapadbhushanige Sangita Rasike Varapadbhushanige Svararagathalalaya Shrutigana Tindutali Ninna Namavi Janani Tunga Nadi Tira Nadesamma Nudisamma Abhaya Pradayini Om Mate Shrimalite Sharadeye Namadigavate Pratirupa Mahamahate Rasakavyaranara Mahutagaliye Pampavidasara Padajyotilinamna Pampavidasara Padajyotilinamna Jagayata Chidayamna Ninna Gambhirya Ninna Pujaya Bhakti Karya Sadhana Shakti Sharanam Devandite Sharadanate Om Mate Shrimalite Sharadeye Shiragirividu Bhataya Siridevi Siriganadambiliye Harasamhataye Om Mate Shrimalite Sharadeye. Thank you, madam, for that beautiful prayer. Opportunities don't happen, you create them. Success in life comes to those who simply refuse to give up. Individuals with vision to so strong that obstacles and failures only act as teachings. I deem it my privilege to introduce the Honorable Secretary of Community Center Group of Educational Institutions, whose journey is a testament to the fact that hard work, determination, and dedication leads to great success. Born on 13th March 1948 to late Sri Chikkaya and late Sri Lingama, He has dedicated over 6 decades of unwavering commitment to the field of education. Throughout his tenure, he has not only been an administrator, but also a beacon of inspiration. He has strived to establish the Community Center Group of Educational Institutions and its sister concerns, Srinidhi Educational Institution at Srinagar, Bangalore, Kamala Nehru Educational Institutions at Basavanagudi, and also Kamala Nehru Educational Institutions at Banashankari, Bangalore. He is a proud recipient of the prestigious Nadaprabhu Kempegowda Award also. Let's express our deepest gratitude to the pillar of these educational institutions for his presence on today's occasion. We are indeed very fortunate to have many eminent personalities and distinguished speakers today. To acknowledge their presence, I request our Honorable Secretary, Sir, to give the welcome speech.
ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರುವ ಗಣ್ಯರೇ, ಮಾನ್ಯರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, 67 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ನಿರಂತರವಾದ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿರುವ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಿಂದ ಸ್ನಾತಕೋತ್ತರ ಪದವಿಯವರೆಗೂ ಬಹುಮುಖವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಈ ಸಾಧನೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ನಾವು ಆಗಾಗ್ಗೆ ಬೋಧಕ ವರ್ಗ ಮತ್ತು ಇತರರ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗಾಗಿ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿರುವ FDPU ಅಂದರೆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವು ಒಂದು ಎಂದರೆ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಲಾರದು. ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಾನ್ಯತಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಗೆ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ಅನೇಕ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಶೀಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಬರುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅಂತೆಯೇ ಈ ದಿನ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕಾ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಗಣ್ಯರು, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ತಜ್ಞರು ಹಾಗೂ ಸಂಶೋಧಕರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತೆ ಒಂದು ದಿನದ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ವಿಕಸನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವ ಗಣ್ಯರನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುವ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ನನ್ನದಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಸಲಹೆಗಾರರಾಗಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ TV ರಾಜು, ಯೋಜನಾ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು, ಆರ್ವಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಸದಸ್ಯರು, BHS, HUS ಇವರಿಗೆ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಗೌರವಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಮುಂದೆ ನಡೆಯಲಿರುವ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗಳ ತಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವಾತ್ಮಕ ಪ್ರಬಂಧಗಳನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸಲಿರುವ ಜೈನ್ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ತರಬೇತಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಿರ್ವಹಣಾ ವಿಭಾಗದ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀಕಂಠಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೂ ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಬರಲಿರುವ ದಯಾನಂದ ಸಾಗರ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಪ್ರಾಚಾರ್ಯರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ KS ವೀಣಾ ಅವರನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಡೀನ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ಆದ ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಈಗಲೇ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ರೂಪಿಸಲು ಶ್ರಮಿಸಿರುವ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಧರ್ಮೇಂದ್ರ ಕುಮಾರ್, PUC ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಲೋಕೇಶ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಬೋಧಕೇತರ ವರ್ಗದವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ನನ್ನ ಕರೆಗೆ ಹೋಗೊಟ್ಟು ತಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ನೋಂದಾಯಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಂಡಿರುವ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಸರ್ವರನ್ನು ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಂಡಿರುವ ನನ್ನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಪರೋಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ಸಹಕರಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾಗತದ ಮಾತುಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿರಾಮ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Thank you, sir, for the warm welcome. On behalf of the Community Center Group of Institutions, I welcome our Secretary, sir. I request Dr. Dharmendra Kumar, sir, to do the honor. Thank you, sir. Just as light dispels darkness, let's also strive to dispel ignorance and prejudice. With the lighting of lamp, let's embark unity and strive for the well-being of all of us. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to light the lamp. Knowledge is power. Information is liberating. Education is the premise of progress in every society. To give a brief overview of today's program, I request Dr. Mahesh Kumar, sir, Director, Community Institute of Management Studies, to take over.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais and directors and principals of various colleges and faculty members present here today. It is my privilege to address this August gathering on the occasion of one-day faculty development program on ultra paradigm in research methods. I'll go with a quote given by William Arthur Ward. Teaching is more than imparting knowledge. It is inspiring change. Learning is more than absorbing the facts. It is acquiring understanding, unquote. We all gather here for bringing a meaningful change in the thinking and the way of learning for the present day younger students. Faculty development program has been considered as a stand-alone educational pedagogy in fostering knowledge and professional skills of faculty members. FDP is very important in order to deal with the rapid changes and shifting paradigms in the field of education. The main objective behind any faculty development program across the world is upskill and reskill. This is very important for us to remember. FDPs, we have to take it very seriously because it is going to help us in having upskill and reskill. Research plays an important role in development of the society by increasing the quantum of knowledge and solving crucial problems. The ability to do research and produce scholarly publications is an extremely important attribute for every academician. The traditional emphasis on factual knowledge and singular truth is diminishing, and the knowledge generation based on evidence and context is increasing. This necessitates the awareness of quality research and methodological tools, keeping in view the need among academicians, researchers, and consultants to strengthen their research skills. The present FDP today is designed in such a way to impact the knowledge and give exposure to the participants about research fundamentals and trends in result. While younger faculty who have graduated more recently may be better skilled, the experienced ones are the backbone of teaching, learning environment and academic administration at the college level. Hence, it becomes imperative to provide them with opportunities to upgrade their skills to meet the current expectations. The knowledge sharing will improve the teaching learning process to the students and also ultimately benefits the society. From my bottom of my heart, I would like to thank our President Shri K. Nagaraj sir and Secretary Shri Chikaya sir for extending full support and encouraging us to organize this FDP. Also, my special thanks to Dr. T.V. Raju sir for his continuous guidance and organizing the FDP from initial stage to till now. Hope you all will get a lot of inputs from eminent speakers to deliberate upon today. Thank you all and have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Intellectual growth should commence at birth but cease only at death. With this quote of Albert Einstein, I call upon Dr. Manjula P.S., HOD, Department of MCA, CIMS, to introduce the chief guest, Dr. T.V. Raju sir, Director, Planning, RV Educational Institutions.
The quote, "The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step by loud thus." Good morning to one and all present here. On this occasion, I take the immense pleasure in introducing today's chief guest, Dr. T.V. Raju, an academician with 47 years of teaching experience in areas related to business management, finance, and testing skill. He was the former professor and director of RV Institute of Management. Currently, he is working as a Director Planning in RV Education Institution, Director and Administration in RV Teachers College, and Director of RV Training Academy, Bangalore. He is recognized research guide for students pursuing pre-doctoral and doctoral program in commerce and management of various universities. He was successfully guided 25 PhD scholars. Currently, he is guiding students for their research projects, MPhil and PhD programs of various universities. Dr. Raju sir has authored many books on business studies, accountancy and management. He has presented and published more than 60 papers both in India and abroad. He has widely traveled and presented papers in the areas of management in many foreign universities. He has also chaired technical sessions in national and international conferences and seminars. He has also authored books on teachers and ethics and Shubhashita Ratnagalu, and has published more than 40 books both in Kannada and English. Dr. Raju sir has delivered several lectures in India and abroad on topics like management concept, teachers' role in Indian system of education, leadership development in social service organization, and many more. He has been appointed by the government of Karnataka as a special representative of the government to the Karnataka State Higher Education Council. He is the member of syndicate of Bangalore University and the member of various subcommittees of Bangalore University. He is on board of several academic and non-academic bodies. He has been honored by various government, civic and cultural associations in Bangalore for the education and social service rendered by him. He has been conferred with the title Sikshana Ratna, Gurukula Tilaka, Hiriya Sahakari, Eminent Educationist, Kempegowda Awadi, Gnana Ratna, Bhara Ratna, Shri Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, Shrestha Shikshaka Prashasti, Drona Prashasti, Udayabhanu Suvarna Vidya Ratna, and most influential directors of India. Utkrishta Pradhyapaka Award, Nana Dasohi, and Excellent Humanitarian and Good Administrative Award. We are immensely happy and enlightened for your presence here on this occasion, sir. Now I request Dr. Raju sir to address the gathering.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಹುಶಃ ನನ್ನಷ್ಟು ವಯಸ್ಸಾದಾಗ ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಯವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ನ ಅನೇಕ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟಡೀಸ್ನ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ರಾದಂತಹ ನನ್ನ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಿಗಳು ಆದಂಥವರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಶ್ರೀಕಂಠ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ತಾವು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ನ ಅನೇಕ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತಾವಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ತಮಗೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಯಾತಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋವಂಥದ್ದೇನೆ. ಯಾತಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ, ಇದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಥೀಮ್ನ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ ಥೀಮ್ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ ಟು ಅಕ್ವೈರ್ ದ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಡ್ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಸ್, ಆರ್ ದ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾನ್ಷನ್ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕಲಿ ಟೇಕ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್ ವೈ we organize this kind of faculty development programs. So I should first thank the authorities of the various institutions who have deputed their teachers and permitted their teachers to participate in this faculty development program. And there are, as you know, that there are 3 sections. The first session is developing research culture in higher educational institutions. Higher educational institutions are basically established in this country in order to promote the economic, social and cultural growth, nothing else. Ishtu helbitre ella bandbidutte adರಲ್ಲಿ. Economic, social and cultural growth of any nation, right? So that can be realized through the centers of higher educational institutions. And we can't speak about higher education without speaking about research also, right? So that is the reason why this particular faculty development program is specially designed, keeping in mind the research scholars and those who want to become research guides also, and those teachers who have a different kind of approach, that is research-based teaching in the classroom. For such people, or those who want to pursue their postdoctoral research also many a time. So keeping in mind all these sections of the community, we have designed this particular program. The first session resource person is also here, and he is going to speak about or make a presentation about the inculcating culture, research culture, especially in higher educational institutions. That is the first session. Second one is the qualitative research. The second resource person who is going to speak is on qualitative research. Many a time our research may be a quantitative research rather than a qualitative research, right? You must have heard that. So not in our country, right, in US, one particular researcher got his PhD for 1 page thesis, nothing else, for 1 page thesis, right? Therefore, the quality that speaks than the quantity. ನಾವು ಇವಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಥೀಸಿಸ್ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪೇಜ್ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಪೇಜಸ್ ಥೀಸಿಸ್ನ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು? 568. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ನಂದು 587, ನಿಮ್ಮದು 468, ನಿಮ್ದು ಎಷ್ಟು 370. ಕ್ವಾಂಟಿಟೇಟಿವ್, ರೈಟ್? In order to explain within a page whatever that may be, a concept or a pattern of thoughts or whatever it may be, ಅದನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ 4 ಪೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳೋದು, 8 ಪೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಹುಟ್ಟು ಗುಣ. ಅದನ್ನು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ತರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬಿನ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ಡ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಶೂರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಅಟ್ ದಿ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ today's FDP, you will have acquired a lot of knowledge on different facets of the research. I am sure about it. And ಈ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ ಮೊದಲು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಚಿಕ್ಕಯ್ಯನವರು. ಸರ್, ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಅವರು ಮಹೇಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡಿ ಬರಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಸುಲಭ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ, ರೈಟ್? ನನಗೂ ಅನುಭವ ಇದೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕೂಡಿ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಚಿಕ್ಕಯ್ಯನವರು ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಗೌರವ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳು 20 ವರ್ಷ ಅವರು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದವರು, ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಸ್ಥರು. ಅವರು ಮೂಲತಃ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಸ್ಥರು. ಆದರೆ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿರೋ ಸೇವೆ 31 ವರ್ಷ. 31 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಈ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಂಥ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮ! ಇವತ್ತೊಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದಂಥ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ಹೊರಗಡೆಯಿಂದನಾದರೂ ಆಗಲಿ, ಒಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದನಾದರೂ ಆಗಲಿ, ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಾತಾವರಣ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಸಭಾಂಗಣದಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕುಳಿತಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ರೈಟ್? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಬಹಳ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅವರ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಬದ್ಧತೆ, ಬಹಳ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠವಾದಂಥ ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳು, ಮತ್ತು ಯಾವುದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಯಾವುದೇ ಎಥಿಕ್ಸ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. ಏನೇ ಕಷ್ಟ ಬರಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲವುದನ್ನು ಬಹಳ ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅವರ ತತ್ವ. ಅವರ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮದಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಬಹಳ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಮಯ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಅವರು ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಅಯ್ಯೋ ನಾನು ಎಜುಕೇಷನಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡಲ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಇವರು ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅನುಭವ, ದ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಕಮಿಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಬಹುಶಃ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ 31 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿತು, ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ತೃಪ್ತಿ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹುಶಃ ನಮಗೆ ಆತ್ಮತೃಪ್ತಿ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಭಾಳ ಬೇಗ ಕಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ 31 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ರಾತ್ರಿವರೆಗೂ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಏಳಿಗೆಗಾಗಿ ದುಡಿತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ಚಿಕ್ಕಯ್ಯನವರಿಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಗೌರವ ಇದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಆ ಥರದ್ದು, ಅಂಥ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಆಯಿತಾ? ನನಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದರು ಮಹೇಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು, ಏನೋ ಒಂದು 3-4 ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಸರ್, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಟೈಮ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡಿ ಟೈಮ್ನ ಅಂತ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಆದರೆ ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ನೋಟಿಸ್ ದಟ್ ನಾನೇನು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಎಥಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನೇನು ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಹೇಳೋದು, ಯಾರೇ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೂ ಲೆಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಬಿ ಎಥಿಕಲ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ರೈಟ್? ಎಥಿಕಲ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತು ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ನೋಡಿ, ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ನೋಡಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಾವು ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಾಟ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ದಿ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಇಸ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ರಿಸೀವ್, ವಾಟ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಆರ್ ದಿ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಚ್ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಸೀನ್ ಇನ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ, ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೋಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಭಾಳ ಜನ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ನನ್ನ ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ PhD ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆದರೆ ನನಗೇನು ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ತೃಪ್ತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಖಂಡಿತ ತೃಪ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಬಹಳ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಇನ್ನೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಇನ್ನೂ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಇನ್ನೂ ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಕೆಲವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಯ್ಯೋ ನಿಮಗೆ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂತೋಷ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ ಬೈತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ನನಗೆ ಅಂತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಹೌದು, ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಇನ್ನೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇರಲೇಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಇದ್ದಾಗಲೇ ಯಾವುದೇ ಆಗಲಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಾಗೋದು ಅಂತ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಕೆಲವು ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಒಂದು 6-7 ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಹುಶಃ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮೈ ರದರ್ಸ್ ಟಾಕ್. ಸೊ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ಸ್ in those who have worked, they're all global personalities, right, in the research area. ಅವರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಿಂಪ್ಲಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸುಮಾರು ಭಾಳ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ಸ್ನ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದೇನು ನಾನು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಅಂತ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿರೋದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಒಬ್ಬರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಈಸ್ ಟು ಸಿ ವಾಟ್ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ಎಲ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಸೀನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟು ಥಿಂಕ್ ವಾಟ್ ನೋಬಡಿ ಎಲ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಥಾಟ್. Research is intrinsic to everything that we do and translates into insights that change the way we live. It has a scientific base and a definite formula that helps to resolve complex issues, reduces the possibility of false conclusions, and is based on the data that can be more convincing. Today, the role of research in an academic institution is important for its growth and development and benefiting the students, the society, and the nation. And the next one is centers of higher education, what I have just now mentioned, are established to help in the economic, social, and cultural development of the nation. And the key function of university is to inspire the youngsters to do rather than research in the core areas of their interest. At least let them understand the principles which are involved basically in that particular core area of interest. So the universities, every university for that matter, they have to inspire the youngsters to take up the research. That also they say. Then academic research can be defined. This is beautiful. The basic research. This is a basic research. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ನಾನು ಯಾರೋ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ನೊಬೆಲ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಈಗ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಕೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಫಿಸಿಕ್ಸ್ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಾ, ಅಪ್ಲೈಡ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಾ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ, ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಟ್ ಸರ್? ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್, ವೆರ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್, ಅಪ್ಲೈಡ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನೊಬೆಲ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್, ನಾನು ನೊಬೆಲ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಇದನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೇನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಶಾಕ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ದೇರ್. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾದಂತಹ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ರಿಸರ್ಚರ್ಸು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ. ಓಕೆ, ದಟ್ಸ್ ಫೈನ್. ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಕ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಡಿಫೈನ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಎ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಕ್ಯಾರಿಡ್ ಔಟ್ ಟು ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ the understanding of fundamental principles of core area of interest, and the main objective of academic research is the, as I said, creation of knowledge, values, and how they can be managed later on. Academic research expands a person's knowledge and competencies of the subject and also career horizons. And a research-based approach will definitely make a remarkable change, especially in the teaching and also the learning process. These are all sayings of great people, right? They have done, the whole life they have dedicated for the research work, right? So probably this is the time to recall the Will Durant. So they have written The World Civilization, Will Durant. Totally their life is dedicated so for the entire work, right? Of course, that's a different history altogether, and English teachers or the language teachers are in a better position to explain about the Will Durant than myself. So anyway, I wish you all the best and God bless you. And I have inaugurated this particular FDP today with a great spirit, and I am sure that you will be highly benefited at the end of the day, right? After remarkable and wonderful presentations would be done by all the resource persons who have been invited for this particular FDP. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing the valuable information. I request our Secretary, sir, to felicitate TV Raju, sir. Thank you, sir. Today, we are excited to embark on the journey of learning and confident that this orientation program will be enriching and enlightening experience for all of us. To conclude the inaugural session, I call upon Ms. Amrita VN, Assistant Professor, CMS, to give the vote of thanks.
A delightful morning to the wonderful gathering. Gratitude is the most beautiful way to express all that's in our heart with two words, which is thank you. I consider it to be a great privilege to set forth a vote of thanks to all the dignitaries who have authenticated this as a remarkable and successful event. Mere words are not adequate to express the gratitude. On behalf of our institutions, I would like to thank our special guest and chief advisor for this FDP, Dr. T.V. Raju sir, Director, Planning, RV Education Institutions, Bangalore. Thank you, sir. Adding a sense of gratitude to our resource person, Dr. Shrikanta Swami, Director, Center for Researcher Training and Administration, Jain University, Bangalore. Thank you, sir. With immense pleasure, I extend a sincere gratitude to our chairman, Shri K.M. Nagraj sir, in his absence, and our honorable secretary, Shri Chikaya sir, along with the management. Thank you, sir. Without these two eminent personalities, this event would not have been possible and successful. With deep reverence and gratitude, I thank all the heads of our institutions and also our teaching faculties for the dedication, support, and commitment for the success of this celebration. It's high time to thank all non-teaching staff who have contributed their tireless effort and cooperation to make this event a grand one. Extending my utmost gratitude to today's participants, I thank Mrs. Padmavati for comparing the session beautifully. Finally, I leave you this inspiring quote. Find out who you are and be that person. That's what your soul was put on this earth to be. Find the truth, live the truth, and everything else will come. Once again, I express the aura of gratitude to each one of you for being a part of this event. Thank you all.
Thank you, Amrita. Yeah. The first session will be starting in another 5 minutes.
ಅದು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ
ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು
ಒಳಗಡೆನಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಹಾಂ ಹೇಳಿ ಹಾಂ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ವಾ ಹಾಂ ಸರಿ 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 ಓಕೆ
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ
Thank you for watching this small video of our MBA and MCA department. Tell me and I forget. Teach me, I may remember. Involve me, I learn. Learning never exhausts the mind. In learning, you teach, and in teaching, you learn. It's now time to begin the first session of the Faculty Development Program, Developing Research Culture for Quality Education. We are very delighted to have our resource person for the first session, Dr. Shrikanta Swami, Director, Center for Researcher Training and Administration, Jain University, Bangalore. To introduce Sir to the audience, I call upon Dr. Bhagaratna R., Professor of CIMS.
Thank you, Padmavati. Good morning to one and all present over here. I deem it as a pleasure to introduce our resource person of session 1, Developing Research Culture for Quality Education, Dr. S. Shrikanta Swami, Director, Center for Researcher Training and Administration, Jain, deemed to be University, an academician with 45 years of teaching and research experience. He has held distinguished positions as Academic Expert, Research and Analysis Wing, NAC, Professor and former Additional Director, Center for Research, Christ University. Served as a Professor of Education at IASE RV Teachers College, Bangalore, nearly for 25 years. He is a recognized research guide for students pursuing pre-doctoral and doctoral program in education. He has successfully guided 16 PhD scholars. Currently, he is guiding students for their research projects, MPhil and PhD programs of various universities. He has completed 5 research projects sponsored by DSERT, NCERT and Christ University. He is on board of several academic and non-academic bodies. Sir has authored many textbooks for B.Ed course and handbooks for DSERT. He has authored several reports published by the Research and Analysis Wing of NAC of various states. He has also authored books, namely Shikshakarige Vitamins, Management and Development of Critical Thinking Skills, Improving Interpersonal Relationships through Transactional Analysis, and also contributes articles to newspapers, participates in radio and TV shows. He has presented and published several research papers in both national and international journals, both in India and abroad. He has widely traveled, presented papers, and delivered lectures in the areas of education and research in many foreign universities. He has also chaired technical sessions in national and international conferences and seminars. He is an active member of Indian Institute of Word Culture, ex-Honorable Secretary and President of All India Association for Education and Research, Karnataka Chapter, and life member of TECEF. Honorable Secretary, Professor A.C. Devegowda and Srimati Shivamma Educational Trust. He has been honored by various educational institutions, civic and cultural associations in Bangalore for the educational and social services rendered by him. It is indeed a pleasure to have him amidst us. Sir, I kindly request you to take over the session and address the gathering.
Hello. I think, friends, you can hear me? Yes. Yeah, fine. Respected visionary of this great institution, Shri Chikayaji, I used to pronounce like that. I used to appreciate you because of your good leadership, good vision, and the way in which you have planned to provide very good infrastructure. I am really hats off to you, sir. Grateful to you for providing. And I am also grateful that Dr. T.V. Raju is here. I knew him since many years. And he is a man with a lot of dedication, and he is known for his commitment. And according to me, he is a transformation and transactional leader. This is what I have seen, Dr. Raju sir, with you. Because wherever you go, you will bring a lot of changes. And he is an example for down to earth. We always use the word, down to earth person. Professor Raju is an example for that. And Dr. Mahesh, the director, who is very dynamic and who has got a keen interest to develop this organization, and who is mainly responsible in making me to come to this place. And also, I am really grateful to all my beloved professors who are participating in this program, and my dear participants. At the outset, I am really thankful for the organizers for having given me this opportunity to stand before all of you to speak on this very interesting topic, developing research culture for quality improvement or quality in higher education. I just now, my friend madam has introduced to you, and I think almost 50 years ಈ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 50 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಸುದೀರ್ಘ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾಳ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭದ ದಿವಸಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸೇರಿದಾಗ ಬಹುಶಃ 1 ವರ್ಷ 2 ವರ್ಷ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಜೊತೆ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡಿ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಅನಂತರ ಭಾಳ ಕಷ್ಟ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮನೋಭಾವನೆಯಿಂದ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಾನು. ಬಟ್ ಕ್ರಮೇಣವಾಗಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಅನಂತರ ನನಗೆ ದೊರೆತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರ ತರಬೇತಿ, ಹಾಗೂ ಈ ಒಂದು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಮುಂದುವರೆಯೋದಾದರೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ವಿಕಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ಪೂರಕವಾದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮನೋಭಾವನೆ ನನಗೆ 1 ವರ್ಷ 2 ವರ್ಷ 3 ವರ್ಷ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಸತತವಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ 50 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಅಂಶ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು KS ಕೂಡ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿವ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್. ಸುಮಾರು ಆ ದಿಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ಡ್ ಮೆನಿ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಇನ್ ಮೆನಿ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್. ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 50-60 ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಕೇವಲ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಸಮಯ ನೀವು ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಸಿದ್ಧತೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯವನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೋರ್ ಓವರ್ ರೈಟ್ ನಾವು ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸೇವೆ ಸಮಿತಿಯವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅವಕಾಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 26 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹಿಂದೆ ಸೇಂಟ್ ಪ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಕ್ಸ್ ಶಾಲೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ವೃತ್ತಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾದದ್ದು ಅಲ್ಲೇ 9-10 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೆ. ಅನಂತರ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ಸುಮಾರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ 26 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ, ಅನಂತರ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ಟ್ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ 7 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ, ಅನಂತರ ನ್ಯಾಕ್ಗೆ ಬಂದು ನಾವು ಐ ಆಮ್ ಇನ್ ಜೈನ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಹೆಡಿಂಗ್ ದ PhD program, and also I am monitoring the minor research project as well as the postdoctoral fellowship program. But today the topic what they have given is very interesting, and I am also happy about the title that they have selected for the faculty development program, Ultra Paradigm. I think especially with much focus upon the research methods, I am really happy. Now straight away I come to my presentation. Now friends, as you all know, sir, one ನಿಮಿಷ ಮೈಕ್ ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆನ್. ಇದನ್ನ ಹಾಕು. ಇಸ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್? ಓಕೆ ಫೈನ್. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಓಕೆ ಫೈನ್. ಇದು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ ಫೈನ್. ಇದು ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾ ಬೇಡ? ಓಕೆ, ಫ್ಯೂ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆನ್. Now friends, as you all know, any developed nation, if you are just talking, and all these developed countries have come forward mainly because the way in which they have given focus upon education one thing and research on the other hand. Because they believe in quality education, because through quality education, human resources can be developed to a greater extent. Similarly, with greater quality research, it is possible for us to fulfill the challenges and problems which are there in the society. That's why you take any country as a matter of fact, maybe America, South Korea, or maybe Japan, any other country can just take up. As an example, you will see the emphasis what they have given for education and the emphasis what they have given for research. These two are the main factors in making them to improve their economic status, improve their social status, and also to improve the standard of living. Therefore, I think it is very much necessary, like a developing country like India, also to give more emphasis upon the quality of education. ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. Therefore, quality of education depends upon the quality of teaching, and quality of teaching depends upon the quality of teachers. If quality teachers are not there, how do you expect quality in teaching? Therefore, when teachers are coming, most of them, they join their master degree, and once when they finish their master degree, they try. Sometimes when they cannot get a job in some of the attractive industries or corporations, they feel like selecting the teaching profession. And once when they come here, as you all know, every day the knowledge is expanding like anything. Whatever the knowledge we acquired, starting from Vedas, Upanishads, Agamas, it has taken thousands of years to have one quantum of knowledge, means that knowledge becomes double within 3 to 4 months. If that is the case, teachers, those who got qualification, those who have passed their master degree long back, and unless they equip themselves very frequently with the updated knowledge, with the updated skills, it is very difficult for them to teach the students who are exposed to the modern era. Therefore, there is a need to have frequent programs in order to enrich and also to empower the teaching faculty. I think that is the basis, that is a felt need based on which you are having this kind of program. Now the second point, as I said, about the research is also given a lot of importance. Most of the hospitals, last 2 decades I have seen they have changed their name as a research center. Multi-speciality hospital and research center. Therefore, everywhere they are highlighting more upon the research, and especially after the COVID-19, even a common man also knows that research is very important and outcomes of the research are going to be useful for the human beings. Therefore, the concept and the perception towards research everywhere consciously, it is increasing. People are conscious about the research, interested to know about the output of the research. Therefore, when we are talking about the research, the main point is the research is to create the new knowledge. Research is to follow a systematic approach to solve the problem. Research means applying the scientific method by means of which you can frame certain hypotheses, test them, and ultimately you can arrive at the solution. Therefore, the research and teaching should go hand in hand. According to me, research and teaching, they should be like 2 sides of the same coin. A teacher without the basic knowledge of research cannot make his teaching more effective, more advanced. If he wants to call his teaching as an advanced teaching, then definitely he must have a sound knowledge about the research in the domain in which he has specialized. Similarly, there are people with lot of research qualifications, but they are not able to have the basic teaching skills. Because of it, they are not able to communicate the findings of their own research to the other people. The research should be given more importance. And in the same direction, 2 more aspects I wanted to add. ಅದೇ ದಿಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೀವು ಹೇಳೋದಾದರೆ, ಒಂದು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಅಂಶ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕಾದರೆ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟದ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕೊಡಲೇಬೇಕು, ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟದ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಇರಲೇಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಎರಡನೇ ಪಾಯಿಂಟು. The third point is actually whatever the research that we are all doing, you have to communicate your research to the world, to the society. How do you communicate? Here only the experts are emphasizing upon the need for publications. You have to make your research work publicly available. Therefore, we are insisting that you have to do publications. Any PhD scholar wants to do PhD, means we are insisting that 2 paper is mandatory. He has to publish 2 papers either in a referred journal or high impact journal or Scopus Index journal or Web of Science journal, without which we are not allowing allowing the PhD scholar to complete his or her PhD. Therefore, when you are talking about the research application plays an important role, publication plays an important role. That's why everywhere people are asking, a good quality institution means the experts from NAC, because I also was there in the NAC for almost 5 years. I did a lot of work in the area of research. Therefore, when the NAC is coming, they are interested to know what is the quality of teaching that is going on. 7 parameters we are keeping, starting from curricular aspects until the last one, like your institutional values and best practices, 7 criteria. And the third criteria is regarding the research, innovation and extension. Therefore, they ask you, where do you stand with respect to your quality of teaching? Where do you stand with respect to your curricular designing, planning and implementation? Where do you stand with respect to the research process? And where do you stand with respect to the infrastructure? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಚಿಕನ್ ಅವ್ರು ನೆನ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡೆ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಟ್ಟಡವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಶುಡ್ ಗೋ ಟುಗೆದರ್. ಬಹಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಕೆಲವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಸರ್ ಶಾಂತಿನಿಕೇತನ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಓಪನ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ವಾ, ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ದೊಡ್ಡವರು ಆಗಲಿಲ್ವಾ? ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ದೋಸ್ ಡೇಸ್ ವೆರ್ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್. As and when the days advances, keeping the facilities available there, we have to access to these facilities, avail these facilities, and based upon that we have to provide. I think that's why beautiful infrastructure. People also will ask you, you said your institution started 69 years back, or 61 years back, 67 years back. They will ask you how you were, how you are now, what is the significant development that you have brought in, and how we have served the community, how community has rated your institution, why community people wanted to send their children to your institution though there are other institutions outside. I think they are all the questions that we have to keep in mind. Therefore, the publication makes you to make your work visible, make your institution visible. And the last point, under that direction, I wanted to mention that whatever the teaching you are doing, research you are doing, publication you are doing, it should reach the community. Therefore, ultimately, you have to organize some kind of extension programs by means of which you should share to the community whatever best possible, so that you should be able to bring some kind of changes in the society also. Development of an institution. I visited America almost 4 times. Therefore, community institutions are there. Therefore, they say, look here, your institution is in the community. How exactly the community has benefited from the institution? Students are sent by the community to your institution. You are transforming the students. You are sending them back to the community. Therefore, in turn, they wanted to know how the community is developing or progressing. In that way, extension activity plays an important role. Now, when we are talking about the research, I think there are institutions which have started the research 10 years back, 15 years back, 20 years back. Whereas in European countries, they have started the research 200 years back, 250 years back, 300 years back. Harvard University, mostly we always refer, no? Mahesh sir also must have referred Harvard, MIT, Massa. I visited both these universities. But they have got the research culture, 360 years, 350 years old. Now, what research we are talking today, 300 years back they started talking about that, means you can imagine within 300 years what an amount of contribution that they must have made in the name of research. And even many experts also will say, NAC also we had a lot of discussion, how is that the best universities and institutes in India, they are not able to come within 200 ranks, world ranking scheme under that, why? The QS ranking it can be. The reason is some of the universities, those have got the very good rank like Stanford, Harvard, some of these universities, they have given a lot of importance for the research and research productivity. They were teaching research, making people to get degrees in research is not enough. How do you empower the students to use their research, to apply the research in the society by means of which they can bring the lot of changes, lot of economic growth, as sir was also saying, Raju sir. How do you convert your research into economics development, I think in that way they are all doing. That's why in the world rank we are missing, because they, according to them, research means productivity, research means commercialization, research means producing lot of commercial products. That is how I think they were able to produce. Research means innovation. Research means application of creativity. With the result, hundreds of the gadgets, equipment, so many things are coming. Even though Apple phone, lot of demand is there for the Apple company, Apple mobile. The reason is the quality. The way in which they have maintained the quality, everybody likes that. Though there are other mobiles competing with this Apple phones, but still they are not able to maintain that standard. Therefore, usually, all those who are conscious about the research, they are conscious about the quality. Now, with this prelude, straight away let me start the presentation regarding what is this research culture that we are talking, how we can do it. Okay, sir, I think you can change that. Now, developing research culture for quality is important. Quality is a relative term, and you cannot get the quality all of a sudden. You have to struggle. You have to struggle, and stage by stage it is possible. The best research is the research that you do not know that you are doing. Some expert says, what is the best research means? Sir, I have just now started, but I do not know what I am doing. Therefore, a researcher should have an open mind at one stage, and the researcher should have a framework on the other side. Initially, he does not know what to do. This is the stage. Afterwards, when the researcher prepares the synopsis, or what do you call that, the proposal, research proposal, at that time he is going to come out with the framework. Without the framework, it is very difficult for anyone to do quality research. It is something like asking somebody, count the number of stars which are there in the sky. Count the number of stars. How can I count? So sky is so big. Then we give the framework. Northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. In that way we give the framework, within that it is possible. In the same way here, when the researcher starts, the research field is so big, something like an ocean, researcher may not be knowing where to go. Therefore, I think there is a need to structure it. That's what I wanted to just mention through that. Therefore, culture means, I want to say one or two words and then come back to this. One generally, so in social science, you say, what is culture? Culture means what we were is culture, and what we are is civilization. ನಾಗರಿಕತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವೇನಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಇವಾಗ ಅದು ನಾಗರಿಕತೆ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೇಗಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. In the same way, culture means it was existed previously. Then civilization means what we are today is civilization. But every culture is influenced by three factors. Do you know which are the three factors like? Every culture is influenced by three major factors. Without that, culture will not be there. Whether Western culture, Eastern culture, whatever may be the culture. One is the historical domain. Without history, there cannot be any culture at all. Without history, you cannot think of any culture. Therefore, history and culture will go together. Then geography and culture will go together. Without geography, there cannot be any culture. That's why we say the culture is different, like southern culture, northern culture, we use the word. Because the geography also varies from place to place. Therefore, one is history and culture. Second point, geography and culture. Third point is race and culture. Therefore, culture is influenced by all the three factors. Then in culture we have got, according to Malinowski, we have got, one is called the materialistic aspect of culture. The other one is called the non-materialistic aspect of culture. Therefore, during my talk, I am going to use these two aspects there. Materialistic aspect means what you see. What you see in the concrete form is a materialistic aspect. Non-materialistic aspect refers to the beliefs. What belief you are having, what beliefs you are having is the non-materialistic aspect. Therefore, I mentioned there, culture influenced by history. Therefore, we can look back and we can see how best we can bring the improvement. Then geographically, how we were, we can look back and we can. The here racial part means what categories of students we are getting and what category of students you are getting, in that way you can. To apply the same thing here, like 50 years back, how was this institution? 50 years back, how? Like geographically, where you say the structure. I never imagined. Maybe 30 years back I have seen. But now I could see a lot of changes here. But this also adds to the geography of the institution, how it was and how it is now. The history aspect means how many students were there when you started? How many students are there now? Is it not some kind of transformation with respect to the number of students who have joined this institution? Then how many courses you had 30 years back? How many courses you are having? How many innovative courses you are having? How many UG programs you had? How many PG programs you are having? I think in that way, the culture aspect, if you are applying here, this also will speak in terms of the students, in terms of infrastructure and so many things. Then when you apply the same thing to this particular area, culture, a culture of research may take years to develop and once established and requires a regular maintenance. Therefore, our culture, people also will refer to the type of culture what we are having. It has not come all of a sudden to this globe. Thousands and thousands of years. People also will refer to Treta Yuga. Different yugas have taken and then a lot of changes have occurred. The culture cannot be developed all of a sudden. Whatever the culture you want, you are visualizing and you want to develop, it takes years together. The culture of research may takes years to develop, and once established requires regular maintenance, like infrastructure they have developed. After 10 years, if I come back and see, I think more or less it should same. Then only we can say maintenance is there. Like some of our corporation people, they built lot of washrooms here and there. In the beginning, ministers will come and inaugurate. That particular day, everything looks very fine. After 5 years, 10 years, you can go there, no water, nothing there. We call that as maintenance. Maintenance is not there. Why we appreciate Western people? Because the moment they establish something, install something, they plan for 10 years, 15 years, 30 years regarding the future maintenance. Unless we plan for the maintenance, it's very difficult to retain the culture. According to Tessa Merchant, culture is a system of widely shared and strongly held values. This is very, very important. Like Ramakrishna Vidyalaya, they have got their own culture because they have been driven by a certain set of values. They have got certain values, they follow it. That is the reason from NAC side, when we are visiting your organization, we ask you, what is your goal? What is your vision statement? Then what is your mission? What exactly you wanted to do? There are nearly 43,000 colleges all over India. Right? There are more than 11 to 12,000 universities all over India. Around 600 odd only came for accreditation. Around 13,000 colleges only came for accreditation. And through accreditation, they have proved one level of quality. Around 23% only they have come for accreditation. Remaining people have not come. What about the quality in those organizations? What about the future of those students who are studying in those organizations? In that way, the values are very, very important. And unless you are not going to stick on to the values, it is very difficult. Therefore, always, that's why in the NAC accreditation criteria, the last one is called institutional values and best practices. What are your institutional values? If there are poor students leaving your organization because they are not able to pay the fees, then we say your institution is not taking care of them. They are not able to pay the fees. Is it not possible for you to work out a strategy by means of which you can make those students to pay the fees, stay here, complete their education and go out? Therefore, institutional best practice. What are your best practices? There are very poor students coming to your institution. They are not able to have the afternoon food. I know things have changed, but maybe Raju sir, I'm talking about 30 years back. Our conditions, how it was. Therefore, afternoon food, if it is not there, many people are not able to have the afternoon food. Morning they come to the college. There are thousands of such students are there. They go to the college sometimes without breakfast. Then sometimes they go to the college with light breakfast and no afternoon lunch. Only night 8:30 or 10 o'clock they are going to have the food. Therefore, the last criteria, it says, what are your institutional values? There are 5 basic values like truth, non-violence, right conduct, then sacrifice, peace, love. I think it's the 5 basic values. We have got another 82 to 85 sub-values are there. That's why the multinational companies, when they wanted to take your students with management background or maybe your the MTech background, they give only 15 to 20% weightage for the marks whatever that they have got it. They say like that, 15 to 20%. Other nearly 75 to 80% they give weightage to their values and attitude. What values you have acquired, what values you are capable of exhibiting in our organization. That's why in management we also speak about organizational climate, which is very, very important. And organizational behavior is one important chapter in your management, because most of us, we have got our own behavior. Every organization also will be having that kind of behavior. Therefore, as is the organizational behavior, so will be the behavior of the students, so will be the quality of the students there. Now, anyhow, the values part I am just highlighting, connecting to the NAAC accreditation process and connecting to the institutions now. You have to declare what are the values that you are having here in your own institution. If the values, we are not going to teach the values here. Raju sir also touched upon that ethics part. He said, according to me, research means ethics research or ethics-based research, he mentioned. If values are not given weightage, in the newspaper you are seeing, in the TV you are seeing, how people are sacrificing their own lives without understanding the value of the life there. Husband raised the voice and the wife wanted to end her life. Wife raised the voice, husband wanted to. I think so many things I need not tell you. Therefore, the reason is we should make our values very, very, very strong. Then, according to the Cheetham University of Western Sydney, the research culture is the structure that gives significance and that allows us to understand and evaluate the research activity. There were so many research activities are going on. Therefore, if anybody wanted to evaluate the research activity, research program, or research projects, whatever you said you have completed, whatever the research you said you are encouraging, I think if there is a research culture, that is projected very well in the research activity. Therefore, research activity and the quality of the research activity is influenced by the research culture what we are having. Now, new policies relating to research must be enforced with regularity over time before they are accepted. This is very, very important. We also will ask you, what are your research policy? Do you have a research policy in your institution? Community center, do you have a research policy in order to encourage the research? Do you have specific guidelines for that? If there are no specific guidelines, if there is no specific research policy, I think a democratic way of carrying on the research becomes difficult. Only those who are in the close vicinity of few professors will get the benefit, others will never get the benefit. But by providing this policy on that, everybody can refer to the policy, say, sir, policy says for any minor research project, you are saying you are giving 2 lakhs. Therefore, everybody can apply, they can test. Chances of being selected will be very good if the policy is there. In that way, we also insist that a good institution with good research culture means good research policy. Then I think there are like PhD guidelines. That's the reason now, every now and then, UGC is sending the guidelines for the institutions, those who are running the PhD program. November 2022, they have sent the research guidelines. They say if a person is not able to complete the research program within 6 years, give another 2 years extension in the name of re-registration. If after 2 years also, if there is a lady not able to do it, give her 2 more years. That is how they want to empower the ladies to do the research in a better way. Give them 240 days leave extra other than the stipulated period fixed for them to complete the PhD program. In that way, what are your research guidelines, PhD guidelines, or project guidelines? In Jain, after I joined, I came out with 6 to 7 policies there. One is regarding minor research project policy. Second one with respect to the sabbatic leave policy. Sabbatic leave, you have heard of? Sabbatic leave policy. Then the fellowship policy. Students, those who have passed the GATE examination or those who have passed that the national level examination, they are all merited. If they are not able to join, how best you can attract them? In case they have joined, how best you can make them to retain by giving extra scholarship for those people? Policies we have brought out. Raju sir, one more we have brought out regarding consultancy policy, because management people are doing very well. Other people do not know what is consultancy. Is it possible to get the revenue from consultancy? People will say. But there are universities in North, they say, we have got 5 crores from consultancy, 6 crores from consultancy. With that 5 to 6 crores, 40 to 60% policy is there. If a professor takes a consultancy policy, he will be given 60% incentive. I think one document we have brought out. Second one is with respect to the research and development policy. And the third one is regarding intellectual right property, or what you call those who wanted to apply for patent and other things. There are good work done by the students. Somebody will copy. Nowadays you must be knowing, cut and paste copy. Therefore we want the copyright to the PhD scholars. It is there. We have come out with that policy. We want people to apply for the patent if it is a original research. Because in science, lot of research is going on. But some person said, no, research in science, it is expanding because DST and other funding agencies are there. They are giving 30 crores, 25 crores very easily. But ultimately, the ultimate aim should not be towards destruction. Ultimate aim of science is not to distract by developing various kinds of dangerous, things that you have seen here, weapons and other things that you are seeing, how people are applying, showing that they are in the advanced. Anyhow, this is an important point. You have to remember guidelines part. Then institutions may develop student research skills through research assistantship, faculty mentorship. I think this is another important point you can say. One is policy document, so that people can come forward, take up the research. And when I was there in Christ, they were giving at that time 20,000 rupees for the minor research project, and for the major research project up to 15 lakhs they used to give, major research project. Therefore, if there is a student with a very good novel idea, if you convert that into a proposal, if the proposal is accepted by the experts, then he will be giving financial help in order to convert that idea into some kind of activity. That is how in Western countries they give lot of financial support. During Second World War, Germany did the same thing. They asked the people after the World War, whatever the new ideas you are having, you can come forward, share your new ideas. We are going to finance you. That is how I think the lot of equipments came, industrial development happened. And now I think because of the technology-driven society, many things are happening. The institution should declare that we have got a culture. Then, next one point, faculty mentors may also provide personalized research guidance. Then the mentoring scheme. Therefore, any good institution, every good institution should have some mentors, research mentors like project-related mentors. Therefore, every institution will be having some psychologist on one corner to help the disturbed students, counseling the disturbed students, make them not to leave the institution and stay there. Like recognized the psychologists are there in a very good organization, good institution. On the other hand, good institution should also have good mentors, and without the mentors, it is very difficult to nurture and nourish the research activities. In that way, they are also highlighting upon that. Then provides a supportive context in which research is uniformly expressed, discussed, and produced and valued. This is very, very important. In the same institution, like management may say we are good in research, we do research, we respect research. Go to social science, sir, what is the research that they are talking? We do not know ABCD of the research there. Same institution, faculty of science speaks very high, faculty of social science speaks very low about the research. Faculty of commerce and management speaks to some extent. Faculty of engineering speaks to a greater extent. Therefore, if there is a research culture, that idea should be commonly distributed so that the level of the research intensity may be little different from science to arts, that's okay. But everybody should speak in the same research language. Everybody should say we are also developing in research. Therefore, how do you check that? They can say we have appointed the teaching faculty with PhDs only. I think you just had some confusion, you must have read. For an assistant professor's post, initially they said PhD is mandatory. One more rule said it is not mandatory. One more amendment came, I think all those who have joined there, for them mandatory, not mandatory. But whatever it may be, at the time of appointing the faculty members, if we can insist that we want PhD, faculty with the PhD, then they add for the development of the research culture. Now friends, 1 minute I'll stop and I'll proceed further. Anything you wanted to say about the few points I mentioned here? One policy part I said, mentoring part I said there. Something you hear here, otherwise it will become one way traffic light. Anything you wanted to stop me, ask 1 or 2 questions, then proceed quickly. You have to speak. The purpose of participation in other countries, they are all waiting. Once they give the chance, sir, 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 sir. Otherwise, you have come to participate, but not come to interact, not come to learn. Therefore, you have to prove that you have come to learn also. Therefore, I want one evidence. Come on, quickly, one or 2 questions.
Sir, is there any,
Oh, yeah, see, that's good. One quickly.
is there any mentoring criteria that is specified in?
And therefore, you can work out at the institutional level, because management people also speak so much about the mentoring process, mentorship and all these things. Have one small committee. What should be the mentoring process that should happen in the institution? Like that, a small committee can set up, they can give good guidelines. Mentoring whom? Mentorship for what for? In that way they can plan, and thereby experts who are in that particular field can come. Therefore, you can start maybe in one management area, next maybe in the commerce area. In that way probably you can distribute and you can go. Because any concept that is new, we provide resistance to it. But once when the concept is familiar to us, we accept it. Clear? A foreigner is coming and speaking to you in his own English style. In the beginning, you may find it difficult. After listening to 20 or 30 hours, you will be able to listen to him, understand him, that is possible. In the same way, mentorship, mentoring process and other things can be taken up at the institution level. Those who are good can be called, invited, form a small committee, then you can process. And then you can try in few places how it will work. Try in few places how we can make it to work better. That is how we can. Okay, one more question somebody was asking. Okay. A little loudly. Very good. Beautiful, beautiful. That's why I said you have to speak. I think to develop a research culture, as I said, culture, first my statement. You cannot have the culture all of a sudden. I gave 1 or 2 examples. So it takes time. It takes time. Therefore, usually experts also will ask you what is the research fund that is earmarked in your organization. They ask this question. NAC also, PRT members also will ask this question. Then second part, I come to other areas also, I'll be asking. Now we asked about the funding. Therefore, every year, whenever the institution is planning for the budget allocation, they have to plan for the research also. Very, very important. Without the research allocation, it is not possible. The research allocation, this time we have kept 1 crore. Fine. Then second point, under that the breakups, 1 crore is what for? Journals, to subscribe the journal some amount, to expand the library some amount. In that way they can earmark. I agree with you, without the research fund, it is very difficult to develop the culture. Beautiful. That is why I said in Jain, and when I was in Christ also, we encourage. In Jain, it is open secret. Every person, one who is interested to apply for the minor research project will be given up to 2 lakhs. Up to 2 lakhs we have given. I can give you this time 1.96 crores, near 2.6 crores we have kept, and people are using that. Though the amount is 2.6, we may not spend 2.6, number one. Others may not be able to consume 2.6 also. But we earmark and we proceed. The research fund should be allocated. Without which, Raju sir, in my opinion, also difficult. You can say our institution is small, our income resources are limited. Therefore, we start with 30 lakhs fine, 50 lakhs fine. Then first come, first serve. We invite the application for the research project. In that way, we proceed. The reason why NAC is insisting, because if we can keep the research fund, encouraging the faculty members to write the proposal, and deliverables can be publication of 2 papers, which adds to the quality of your organization, and 1 report, research report adds to the quality. Thereby, next time we can use these people who have applied and got the money for the research fund to apply for external funding agencies. That's the advantage. Therefore, according to me, I think we also will speak wherever it is possible. Without the research fund, difficult to provide, encourage the people to come forward there. First of all, they don't have time. Second time, we are asking them to do overtime and do the research, means they may not be interested. Look here, this is the fund we have allocated. Use this fund. You did not spend a single pie. Even if you are inviting an expert, you need not spend from your pocket the coffee or the transportation to bring that man. We provide you, use this money. In that way, 2.6 we have already allocated. Gradually you have to do that. But remember, depending upon the income of your organization, the experts will decide you have to obey, because you may not be knowing income and expenditure. A secretary may be knowing, president may be knowing, I and you may not be knowing. Therefore, you have to request them. They are the right people, motivate them, they are going to take it up, then do it. Okay, fine. One more question at this stage quickly. Yes. Yes, sir. Okay, ma'am. Little loudly.
How can we improve our placement cell, because we are responsible for providing the jobs to the students who have completed higher education?
It is slightly different compared to what I am speaking right now. But however, I can answer, because placement also plays an important role. Placement service in your organization. Most of the parents will ask the children, get the information from the institution where the institution has got the better placement opportunity. They ask like that. Therefore, if we say 70% of our students are placed very well, automatically demand increases for your institution. Then how do you attract, means as I mentioned in the beginning, quality teaching and quality research, these two, keep these 2 mantras. First point, whatever the curriculum that has been given to you, transact the curriculum using your innovation, by means of which the students can be equipped with the latest knowledge. Syllabus can be from the university, sharing the curriculum from the university, but transacting the curriculum is your freedom. Therefore, keep the placement also in mind and give the students the best education and best research skills, ask them to develop. The moment when you say your students have got a better research skills, better updated knowledge, automatically better updated industry related knowledge. That's why in the NAC we have got one more criteria, namely student progression, student support progression. Therefore, we wanted to train the students for IPS. IFS is also your job, and train them to acquire the industry skills. If need be, conduct special classes, invite the people from industry, make your students to learn those skills apart from the skills whatever we have prescribed for, so that your students will be having the general degree oriented knowledge and skills on one hand, industry related skills on the other hand, soft skills on the other hand, so that you can tell the people that our students are really good because of 1, 2, 3. You project that to the industry, right to the industry, automatically they come, the placement will become better. That is how you have to do it. I hope I have answered your question. Okay. Now one more question, then I proceed very quickly.
Sir, sometimes when we are mentoring the students also, they have very good novel ideas. But we as mentors, we don't know how to frame it and place them there. Because it becomes a challenge when they actually have a very good idea and we know it will actually appeal to the betterment of the social welfare of the society also. But sometimes we also are not very well versed to actually present it and give it as a proposal. So can you please help us that, sir?
I think there are institutions now, they are conducting some special programs exclusively to identify and nurture the talents of the gifted students. I think 1% gifted students may be there in your college. Out of 100, 1 can be there, that's all. In that way, you announce them that some of you may be having wonderful ideas, creative ideas. Therefore, we are going to have one special program on such and such a day. All those who are interested can participate. We are not going to discourage anyone saying that your idea is useless or something like that. Everyone's idea will be respected. You announce, fix up a particular date, invite some talented teachers along with you, form a committee, give a chance for every student to go there, and let the student present his idea. I think in some of the movies also I have come across the heroes once in a way giving their original ideas in a conference or maybe in some kind of discussion meet, and thereby getting very good appreciation from the audience and ultimately converting that and becoming a big industrialist later on. Therefore, I think, madam, I have answered. I hope you have heard. Sure. I can consider that you have heard, no? Therefore, now it is your job to convert my idea into action. Therefore, if you say, thank you, sir, immediately I will start now. You form one small committee, 3 members, 5 members, 8 members, 20 members, fine. One Saturday afternoon, when everybody goes, leaves the institution and goes, you bring these people there. If possible, on a sharing basis, provide them a cup of coffee, snacks, etc. Provide them, because creativity and freedom will go together. Greater the freedom you provide, I'll repeat, greater the freedom you provide, greater will be the innovative ideas comes. I have done PhD in the area of critical thinking skills. You can ask me what is creativity, which are the different types of thinking skills also I can just share. Therefore, I always believe converting an idea into action. You convert that idea into action. Whatever may be the quality of the action, that we'll think a little bit later. Let the action starts. Then later on you evaluate the action and proceed towards the quality activity. I hope you have answered. I have answered your question. Fine.
Sir.
Last question, then I proceed. Fine.
Sir, as you said, as per NAC criteria 7 institutional values, support in terms of financial assistance for the students, that means those who are not able to pay the fees, whether we can retain them in our institution by taking care of them. When we come to the PhDs research, I feel private universities charge more as compared to state universities.
Agree, true.
So many people will not be able to get admission in state universities, so of course they will depend on private universities. So what is
private will charge more or state universities will charge more?
Private
will charge more.
Private universities charges more.
Private will charges more, but still the demand for the private university is more.
Yeah, it is more because people are not able to get through this one, the state universities.
Tell me what.
My question is, how can we bridge this gap? Why so much charging for private universities, and what kind of support can be that research scholars?
Look here, this is a what do you call it, Mahesh sir? Is it a private institution or public? Private. You go to Bangalore University. No, I am not saying. We are all from Bangalore University background only. I am not saying because you asked me, I am giving. Go to one seminar hall there, sit there and come back. Then you sit here. You compare yourself, you will be getting an idea. That's why experts will say, even NAC, NBA and other regulatory bodies also will say, we don't have any objection if the private institutions are collecting the money. But we will be objecting them if they are not going to utilize the income, whatever that they have collected for the constructive purpose, we object them, they say. Therefore, even in the society we have got haves and have-nots. Therefore, there are people who have money, wanted to contribute, want to get good education. That's why we have given freedom for the people to start the private universities. Otherwise, like in some of the Western countries, up to 10th standard, the government institutions are there. Private, very, very rarely we come across. Free education up to 10th standard. Just they have to apply one application, till then everything becomes free there. But anyhow, to conclude here at this stage for your question, therefore private and government cannot be compared. Government colleges should say, earlier we had 5 PhD scholars 10 years back. Now we have got 500 better. Private may say we had 50 earlier, now we are having maybe 2,000 is better. Therefore, let us not have that comparison between these two, because it has existed, it is existing, and it is going to exist in future. Therefore, my suggestion would be collecting the fees depending upon what facilities you are providing, you have to concentrate on that. Somewhere you touched upon the institutional, 7th grade institutional values and best practices. We have defined in NAC, best practice means you had some problems since many years. And those problems were like hurdles in affecting your academic programs. Unless you overcome, it is very difficult. And those problems used to bring bad name to the institution. It is something like admission time. So many people will say, sir, so many golmals will happen during the admission time. So many so many things there. Somebody said, why can't you have an online? That is the reason central government is insisting upon introducing the schemes where app-based schemes. Corruptions can be checked there. Therefore, here, what I am suggesting, if you feel that the best practice can be, hitherto you are having what do you call that, offline admissions. Now you have switched over to online because it is working better, better justice, better social justice. In that way, if you can claim that switching over from the traditional method to the online method of admission is better, we want to claim this as a best practice in community center, we accept it, that's all. A best practice of your organization need not be the best practice elsewhere. You need not. You claim, and best practice means some difficulties you had. All of you have joined together. You have come out with a plan to overcome that. Thereby some solution you got it. You can claim that is the best practice because it is yielding the best solution, best retention in the school institution, retention of faculty members, retention of students. In that we can claim. I think time is less. I cannot speak on that much more. Okay, friends, thank you. Then, allocation of resources, you said, I will touch upon that. Library is very, very important. That's why we ask you, how many books you had earlier? How many books you are having? Last 5 years data we ask you. 5 years back, how many books you had? How many journals you had? How many international journals you had? National journals you had? Because if the library is not equipped very well, your research cannot go in the right direction. If you want good quality research, now good facilities should be there. I think library. And what time the library opening? There are many things, each point I can elaborate because almost 5 decades I have been there in the field of education. Any point you can raise, I can just clarify. 10 o'clock the library opens. Students also come at 10 o'clock. 5 o'clock the library closes. Not here, in many places. So at 10 o'clock students come directly here, librarian go directly there. Librarian is very happy because no student is there to disturb him or her. And by the time 5 o'clock the library wants to close, one fellow gets in. Madam, I want to open. No, 5 o'clock is over. That is why Indians of Science long back, 24 hours they have introduced. The library works 24 hours. In Harvard University, asked one student, what time you visit? 11 o'clock. I was surprised. Each student is given a card, smart card. They go there, they put it. Only the door opens there. And by using the card, now they can have some facilities of coffee and other things there. Everything they use card there. And every lady is a girl also very much secure there. Anytime she can go and she can come back. Everywhere the cameras are there. About 24 hours they work there. Shift system, the librarian goes and works there. Like we have got the shift system, In that way, when you think of the library, we ask you, library, most of us we are happy because library is there. But from the NAC perspective, we ask you the functional aspect of the library. How many students have referred and gone to the library and referred? How many journals have been utilized by them? Sometimes the university, the institution may spend 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs every year. But if you ask the cost-benefit analysis, if you work out now, not even 10 students are going to utilize the 5 lakhs investment made by the institution. I think they are all the important points of our library. A lot of things are there, but you got the message. How do you can think of an action plan for the library? If Mahesh can request somebody to be in charge for the library, pass on all these ideas so that the person or group of people can come out and they can say, our library functioning is far better compared to how it was earlier. What facilities you are having in the library better? I think many aspects now. I think Raju sir also agree with me. Total quality management is the concept everywhere, TQM. People will speak about ISO 9000 and so many things. They are all the quality parameters They have prescribed the standards, and if you follow, automatically grade will go high. Automatically the number of students entering into institution will go high without your knowledge. Library. Second point, the laboratory is very, very important. Laboratory facilities. Contingency grants for the students, especially in physics, chemistry, biotechnology, biochemistry, microbiology. These are the areas where they want facilities. Samples should be tested. Characterization should be addressed. Therefore, I think a lot of, that's why we have got the new education policy speaks on the National Research Foundation. Already they have initiated. They wanted to give a lot of funds for the research. And in other countries, I have come across a separate research block is there. The moment you enter into the research block, you feel the fresh breeze of research there. But here, and even I told in Jain also, a separate unit should be there, a small unit where PhD scholars can sit comfortably without the disturbance of UG and PG students. I think in that way, laboratory part, please put a question. I think we have science programs here.
No, only commerce and management.
I think then I will go further. Contingency grants of 10,000 we are giving very easily for every PhD scholar. Then next one is about field related. Somebody wants to go for collecting the data. All over Karnataka wants to collect. Can you give some kind of financial support for him too? Can you provide some facility, some fuel charges? I think there are many ways by means of which field research can be encouraged. Like agriculture university, a lot of people will go to the field. Tomato, they want to conduct research. Chilies, they want to conduct the research. Therefore, I think laboratory, national laboratories are there. You are all familiar. In other countries, crores together they spend. I visited one lab that was there in Austin, that is called North Texas University at Austin, near very close to Texas City. And the moment when you enter the lab, walking means I do not know where you have entered, where you are coming out. How many types of equipment that they are having. We find very difficult to have one small new generation microscope. There you will see so many things there. Of course, that is America, there is India, but we have to keep that as a reference point and we have to proceed. Otherwise, we will stay here only. Nodi Swami, na viroda hege antirthivi naವಾಗ. In 10 ವರ್ಷ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ. We have to just field. Then financial support, as mentioned, adequate training facilities to carry on quality. Training is also part. Training in how to handle the equipments, right? Training in collecting the data. So many kinds of training they give for the research. That's why you also use the word, I am the director for researcher training, not research training. We are training the coordinators. We are training the guides, how to guide. There are cases where the students will enter. It will be in the honeymoon stage when they enter there. And by the time they complete 3 years, they go to the hitting the wall stage. Guide says, I do not want to guide the student. Student says, I do not want to be with the guide. Change of guide. I used to get a lot of mails requesting me to change the guide, and so many things are there. But we are managing. But we have to minimize that, and we have to make the people to be very comfortable. And all those who are guiding, we are giving a small incentive of some 8,000 to 10,000 rupees. We are giving for the faculty member, one who is guiding a PhD scholar. If he or she has completed guiding 4 students, one complete year, 40,000 we are giving. It is a kind of encouraging and making the guide to assume the responsibility and guiding. They did not spend money, even for coffee and other things. Maybe initially we have to invest more, but long range benefits will be more. We have to keep the long range benefit and then we have to work now. I think in management, probably compared to me, commerce management, you speak so high about investment. That's why we say investment in business means tomorrow you get the profit. Apple company introduces one more side camera. Now back camera is there, front camera is there, side camera is not there. If they introduce side camera, they have to invest so much of money. But they are going to get the money immediately within 1 year. Not only what they have spent now, 10 times much more than what they have spent. Whereas investment in education, we have to wait. Afterwards only we are going to get it. In that we have to look into it. This is also culture. The UGC guidelines I mentioned there. Then centralized or discipline specific, open and collaborative personal relationship among faculty members also. Once in a faculty member should meet, like research meet, research retreat. Research retreat, in that way you can meet, you can discuss the problems there, problems in selecting the topics, problems in reviewing, problems in making the student do the related literature review. So many things are there. You meet once in a way, discuss, and based upon that have a common understanding and proceed. Like how you discuss about your internal assessment, how you discuss about the syllabus related teaching. Same way we want every one of you to speak about research. That adds to our research culture. Then congenial relationships among faculty members would support a successful faculty. Now, supposing I have been allotted a student to me and I am from education. Student is expecting lot of inputs regarding management, but I am from education. Therefore, I say I am not competent enough, I may say. Student may not be happy. That's why we are talking about interdisciplinary research, multidisciplinary research, sometimes transdisciplinary research also we speak. Above this inter and multi we go, keeping the societal expectations in mind, take up the research. Like COVID period, we have come across many transcendental research that happened. Therefore, I can think of, let us say, I am from education, I can request Raju sir, why can't you become the co-guide? In that way, guide and co-guide provisions are there, by means of which it is possible for the PhD scholar or one who is doing the research, either postdoctoral research, whatever may be, we can encourage them. That adds to the research culture. I think that part I have already mentioned. Faculty-faculty interaction, mentorship I have already mentioned about that. Then collaborative research efforts, which are hallmark of research culture success. Then how many MOUs they are having with the research institutions, very important. How many research collaborations you are having, like we have got one Silk board, a very good laboratory that they are having. Silk board is a reference point, whenever people stuck with the problem, they say I was held up near Silk board, but within the Silk board they have got it. Horticulture department, there is one center, research center, beautifully equipped. IAC is here, Indians of Science. But what is your collaboration? Now, similarly, in the area of your management also, you should think now, what are the different institutes, like IIM? Do you have any collaborations, my sir, IIM? Collaborations with IIM? IIM Ahmedabad is also very famous now, IIM Ahmedabad. Therefore, what type of collaboration, what type of MOU? Then MOU with industries, for example. Bangalore is industries, we will be having so many. We have many. Exactly. I think in that way, we expect you to have MOU. They may be having better facilities. You may be having less. By means of collaborations, you can send your scholars there, industry visit, let them understand what all theoretically you have spoken about human resource management. How do you manage? Designation part, job description part, so many practical aspects are there. Your students may not be knowing, take them there. Practically they visit. I think research culture means all these things are involved, all these things. Anything you add now, that adds to the culture. But anything you add very sensitive, with lot of sensitivity, that makes some result, that makes some difference. In that way you have to think. Then to implement cultural change, the administrators must be prepared to tailor resource allocations based on faculty members' current motivations. I think this I have already mentioned about that seed money for the PhD, those who faculty members, those who wanted to take up further. Because I wanted to highlight upon one more point. Now, most of the A++ universities, or most of the A+ or A+, accredited institutions, they give more credit to their publications. Because they have got so many publications, they claim so much of good work, and thereby they move towards A+ or A++. The moment the accrediting agencies gives you the higher grades, possibility is there for you to go for applying for external funding. RUSA is one such agency, 5 crores they give very easily. If you are A++ organization, you go with a proper proposal, it is possible for you to get 3 to 5 crores very easily for infrastructure development. Earlier money was a problem. Now money is available, but here motivation is a problem. Many people have not been oriented, many have been not been motivated. lack of orientation, lack of motivation are the two factors because of which many people will say we have got a lot of fund, but people are not at all claiming. ICSSR fund, how many of you have claimed ICSSR fund? I think many things we can just say. And then last point, probably I want to just say, it's a time factor also. Mahesh, you can, time factor you can tell me how much, another 15 minutes, another 10 minutes? 5 minutes. By 10 minutes, okay. Then how to develop a research culture? Small steps can make a big difference, as I told you. You have to sit and then you have to just say, how can we develop research culture? Therefore, you can just say, the resources point of view, identify human resources, then financial resources, library resources. In that way, you list out all the resources. Then you can just say how best you can utilize the resources. And in order to utilize the resources now, what type of incentive scheme that you are introducing, what type of policies you are making, you can keep that. Establishing support system can boost morale and enhance a positive research. Ensure everyone is on the same page, very, very important. Whether arts or science, it is our community institution is very, very important. Here we treat everybody like a mother treating male and female children equally. Mother treating all the 5 children equally. I think within the institutions I have come across one thing, some kind of partial treatment is there towards some program, some discipline, some department. That should go. But proportionately you can have, I don't have anything. But not neglecting one department. What is your department, what they are doing? Next year we are going to close you if you are not going to produce good results. Next year we are going to give. That is not the message to that department, maybe history department or anthropology department or maybe some other department like, oh, computer science now, all right, we give you a little more fund, what you want? Another laboratory, give them, but don't neglect this. After, because the university always looks on holistic education. When you are talking about the holistic education, we want all the disciplines should be treated very well. All the disciplines with marginal difference, you can keep that point. Then research culture, cafes as an excellent way to share best practices. As Madam was asking, there are institutions where they take the faculty members to outside resorts, where they have got beautiful ambience, beautiful atmosphere, no disturbance, no city environment. They spend 2 days there. And the first day they are all busy, they go with the proper agenda, discuss there. Like that, all our creative and other ideas can also be discussed there. A group of people can take a small vehicle. Near Bangalore, there are so many. Christ had that culture, I do not know whether right or wrong. Every year they used to take 4 buses and very high-tech buses, asking all the faculty members to join. One in the north side, south, west, etc. Resorts now. Then with proper agenda, with proper timetable, going there, staying there. Faculty member need not spend even a single pint. College, the pickup point, and dropping point is back to the college. From there they have to make the arrangements. Thereby, I think this approach, cafe approach now, there are many cafes which are coming. In that way, you also can plan taking the faculty members to outside place and then doing it. Then organization, department and team leaders leading by example in promoting excellent research culture. Invite the people, invite the experts, invite the great leaders now and take their help, take their sessions, and they also will give you further and form a small committee. Without that, it's very difficult to discuss training gaps for all team members now. In your own area, what is moreover, so many researches people are conducting, Lakshman, so many. But the point is, what will you do with the new knowledge you have created? Is it going to the curriculum? No, sir, I think they are not considering. Can you convert that into some certificate course now? What new knowledge you have created, can it go for the certificate course? I think management also, so many new concepts are coming. But unless it goes to the curriculum, people will never teach in a structured manner. And unless it goes to the curriculum now, industry may not be interested to take the concept and work out. I think they're all interlinked and then you can. Training gaps I mentioned. Embed research culture at an institution level, which I have already repeated. And I have taken some of these ideas given by, one is Kelly Chaplin, Education Program Coordinator from Royal Society, London. Another person is about the Vice Provost. He is from University College of London. These are the points, 7 points that they have given. If at all you want to develop, kindly follow these aspects, it will be. Role of leaders plays an important role. Principal may be a leader. Department head may be a leader. Dean may be a leader, academic leaders, then administrators can be like Chikaya sir and others. Administrative leaders now discuss, collaborate, let ideas percolate. Without it is very, very difficult. Then MOs I mentioned, search doc committee I mentioned now. If at all, if you are having a PhD program, let there be a search doc committee in Western countries that they have got. They will suggest the thrust areas for the research. Otherwise, some students mechanically they go, they refer to one research journal, take one topic and do that topic. That topic has been already covered by somebody, but he is repeating the same topic with small minor changes there. Therefore, in Western countries, they don't allow, they are very, very serious. Because 6 hours on average every PhD scholar, or 3 years to 6 years he is spending. Therefore, that work should not go as a waste. Either it should get into the knowledge domain, or it should get into the industry domain, or technology domain, or somewhere it should reach to the society. Without that, let it not go as a waste. Therefore, such doc committees are there. They are going to manage the whole thing there. And then I already mentioned, provide faculty the finances about take up the research, which I have discussed, seed money and other things. Then the collaborative projects also, like 2 or 3 can come together, you can take up a project. Let us say, I think somebody is very good in research. They have done already advanced research now. You go along with him. 3 or 4 people can come. Sir, he so-and-so will be the principal investigator. We are all the co-investigators. You want 2 lakhs, we will take up this project. It works very well. It brings credentials to the university. It brings credentials to the college, to the institution. In that way, collaborative research can also be taken up. Thereby, you can publish the papers. People will ask you, I have published 10 papers, 5 papers. Somebody says, sir, I have not published 1 paper also, because academic writing is a skill. You cannot acquire the academic writing all of a sudden. You can organize number of programs regarding how to write the papers now. You have got different types of journals. Scopus Index says that they have got more than some 35,000 index journals that they are having. So many articles will come there. Therefore, academic writing. Otherwise, simply academic agencies will come and they ask you, you say no, they say you have to improve upon and they go. You have to improve upon. How to improve upon? You have to come out. That's why we have got IQS, internal quality cell is there. Therefore, that they have to take it up. This year, those people said publications are very less. Academic writing is very poor. Therefore, you have to organize workshops on academic writing. Equip everybody to write it. Otherwise, it's very difficult. And then I think apart from that, the PhD programs also, if you are having any kind of research programs, you can plan. And the role of research committees also will be there, like University Research Council we can have. You can have a research standing committee you can have, or departmental research committee you can have, or ethics committee nowadays. Everywhere people also talking about the ethics committee, student research committee, like that. There are all the different committees works together in order to add newer elements in order to strengthen the culture of research there. And then input and output and the processing plays an important role. This is the area where you have to process very much there. You are taking, they are like raw materials. Here they are coming out with some kind of products like, here plays an important role. How do you say? Connecting with the industry, connecting with the MOEs, collaborations, etc. How do you do it? Then research programs speaks about quality enhancement. People, UGC also says quality. And whenever you are having the structured coursework can also be taken into consideration. I will not go. But in the PhD program, this time UGC says introduce 1 to 2 credits or 15 to 30 hours on research, ethics in research and publication. Because once when you are submitting any kind of report, the organizations automatically check for plagiarism using either Turnitin or Urkun software. They use it. If it is less than 10%, less than 15%, they accept it. More than that, they reject it. Therefore, how do you manage with respect to the quality? Because all papers should be, whatever the papers you are going to publish, thoroughly scrutinized, thoroughly approved by the journals. There are expert review members are there. They will give you a lot of, I think you also must have experienced. I sent 2 papers, I sent 10 paper, 1 year over, they have given a lot of suggestions. Still I am doing it now in that we can just plan. And in the PhD program, I have highlighted much upon that. Publication part also, I said, then you can also bring out some kind of small publications at your institution level. If there are some publications, then put all the publications together, abstracts like, give your own write-up, let there be one beautiful compendium in the name of community center, let it be published now. keep the same thing in the library. Others will get an idea what are the areas in which they have done the research that they wanted to. Show the Ganga is one reference point. Show the Chakra is another reference point. InflibNet. And on 13th, we are going to have a program at 9th block from Jain University in collaboration with InflibNet. 2 experts are coming from Gandhinagar. The whole day, they are going to train regarding how to upload and about the details regarding the different types of journals with high impact factor, H-index, Google Scholar, ResearchGate, and many things that they will be referring. You can just have an idea about that. Your program can be micro level. As Madam said, you start at the micro level. Micro means at the departmental level you can start. Then institutional level you can start. Then you can have collaboration with the neighboring institutions together. You can have a research collaboration with your neighboring colleges, Vijaya, others. You can give a big show pertaining to the research or pertaining to the output of the research. You can have an idea. I think I've given some points here. You can go for that. Then how do you make your research internationalization, bringing transformation in all aspects of research? As I told, establish the research gates and then having some kind of collaborations with the scientist also. You can sit here, then speak to scientists in America, or the B school that is there in Harvard B school. You can have contact. You can access to the journals which are there. What are the different areas that they are covering? Trust areas, what they are covering. You can have some collaborations with the libraries also. In that way, a lot of scopes you are having so that you can make your publications more visible and you can add more number there. Now, friends, this is what I wanted to just share. Many things. This is how I was structured in one way, using my own experience now. To sum up in only one minute, the research culture you have to develop. Already you may be having one level of culture there, you have to intensify. How do you? Administrative role is there, academician's role will be there. Among the academicians now, head of the department, dean's roles will be there. Then among the faculty members, your role will be there. As guides, your role. And then lastly, your PhD scholars, they are the better people to bring change to the research program and research culture. Involve them and encourage them so that when you start now, keeping the resources and allocating the fund for the resources, developing the resources and utilizing them, I am sure after 5 years, 10 years, when you look back, you can say, oh, this is the research culture we have established in a community center group of institutions now. You feel very happy. So thank you very much once again for the opportunity given and also for your patience with which you have heard my talk. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, closing my sir? Yeah. Any one question, one chance is there for them? Any one question, one comprehensive question in case somebody? Any one comprehensive question that you are having about the whole thing, like? Whole thing, you are doubt, yeah.
Why is research so structured and so formal?
So?
Why is it so structured and formal? Research, why is it so structured and formal?
Exactly, because as I told you, search and research. Searching is casual, research is systematic. Searching may give the result, may not give the result. Research will give you the result because it is based upon the restructuring. Therefore, as is the structure, so will be the function. If structure is bad, function also will be bad. And since research is based upon the scientific analysis, scientific ground, and systematization, which is going to yield the results, which has got a lot of scope for application, better to structure. That is why research is structured not only in India, everywhere. All over the globe it is structured. Thank you.
Someone submitted a one-page research.
No, one-page research probably, I do not know. Exactly, probably. According to me, wherever you say, there are two ways. One is, if you wanted to give a degree, therefore structure is very, very intensive. Like introduction should be there, review should be there, methodology is very, very important because if I write a book on superconductor, nobody will give me PhD. But if I follow the reviews, then if I follow the proper methodology, then probability of getting a PhD degree will be more. But I may write a book, I may not get it. That's why somebody came, one has to develop a 7-lever lock. I am going to come out with 9-lever lock, Nautal lock. Can I get a PhD? I said 100% no. because you are improvising a particular device. But PhD is a process as such. Very good question you have asked now. A lot of things are there within your question. But as sir said, one page means sometimes some people will give honorary degree, number one. Then some people will say, oh, you kindly tell me the final result of your thesis. Probably in some kind of place, this person must have gone with one sheet which gives the complete.
Formula was evolved. One formula was evolved out of research. So that is written in one page.
Maybe a formula, for example. E is equal to mc squared. Can you remember now? In that way, the whole thing, output is in one page. Behind that, lot of process is there. Without that process, I don't think that we can get intuitive knowledge to produce a new knowledge. Earlier, in Purana and other places, they believe in intuitive knowledge. By intuition, sitting there, I got intuition, but nowadays it is very difficult. Therefore, structure is important, systematization is important, and the back reference is important, methodology is equally important. Without that, it is very difficult for you to arrive, because it is completely on scientific methodology. Our scientific method is being followed everywhere in every research with little degree of variation. Thank you for your nice question. Yeah.
Sir, you are mentioning regarding the library. Yes, I do agree with the number of books you are telling that every year how much we spend and how much we put it in a rack. But my question, if it is before 10 years, it's okay. We were lacking of information in our hands. We had to go to library. We had to search with the books and
Agree.
But today, when you have information, all information in our hand, and in your laptop, what's your opinion?
Opinion means library must be there. But I don't agree that the library is like how it was 20 years back, 30 years back. Library must be there. Library in a different form. Library which should be technology driven. That's why we have got open public access category system, opaque and other systems. And then library should be a central place to connect you to some other place also. In that way, it should be a networking place, number one. But sometimes we want some, for earlier references, we want some physical books, no? Even how much of time you will spend in order to refer to one book. But if I'm having a one book on management, I can spend. Within half an hour, I can get more information. If I go here, you have to refer to one, then go to the other one, then go to the other one, then go to the other one. Here also it is possible. But earlier, they did not have any other source, no, that's why. But now things can be in a different form, but library is a must. Earlier, more number of offline magazines were there, physical magazines were there. Now we are having online magazines now. In that way, change is there. But with all these things, because the library is the only place where we'll get the authentic information of 5 years back, 10 years back, 20 years back. Even I visited the American libraries also. Beautiful, they say, we have got the information pertaining to 800 years back, 1000 years back now. History, you want some information about the history. In that way, Rocket, for example, they have got all the books there, they are maintained there, they are updated there. Therefore, the concept of library is not where the guides are kept or the textbooks are kept, where we are forcing a candidate to go and read. Candidate feels that it is as good as sitting in my house and doing it. But library is much more than that. Okay, we cannot imagine. The concept of library is so broad, so big, so in-depth information available, but we can modify keeping the technology in mind. Thank you very much for a good question. Thank you. Thank you. One minute, I put it up.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a very informative and insightful presentation, sir. You have shared with us interesting facts and suggested possible recommendations for research and culture, how to update and upgrade for NAC requirements. Let's give a big round of applause to sir. I request Dr. Mahesh, sir, to felicitate Dr. Shrikanta Swami, sir. Before proceeding with the second session, let's take a break for 10 minutes. You can refresh yourselves with beverages outside the hall followed by a photo session in the ground floor. I request all of you to kindly join for the photo session in the ground floor of MBA front entrance.
Please listen, participants. You have a coffee and tea arranged in the other hall opposite to this. Take 10 minutes to complete this one and get into the ground floor immediately. One group photo session. Immediately come back for the second session. As a humble request, please adhere to the timings. Thank you.
Hello?
Life is a beautiful masterpiece bound together by your experiences. Open up and share it. You can make a difference because you matters. Live your life with intention. Welcome back. In the second session of our FDP, to speak about the qualitative research, we have as resource person Dr. K.N. Veena, Principal, Dayananda Sagar Business Academy, Bangalore. I heartily welcome you, ma'am. I request Mahesh sir to hand over the book.
Thank you for having me.
To introduce her to the gathering, I call upon Mrs. Geeta A.M., Assistant Professor, CIMS.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Veena K.N., a teacher by choice, has been enjoying teaching at various levels. Dr. Veena holds postgraduate degree in statistics and total quality management. She has PhD in business administration. Dr. Veena is one of the few certified entrepreneur educators from NAN Stanford University. Dr. K.N. Veena was a graduate university topper in mathematics and statistics. Professional milestone, Dr. Veena is currently working as principal, Dayanand Sagar, since August 2021. She has served as Dean, Dayanand Sagar Business Academy between 2015 to 2021. She has worked as a mentor, entrepreneur learning and incubation center at Indus Business Academy. She has worked as a manager, AEC, and program manager at Acharya Institute of Management and Sciences. Dr. Veena has worked as a program manager for MBA students and a manager for Entrepreneurship Excellence Center in reputed BA schools. Dr. Veena has various interests. She has developed academic process for outcome-based education. She has worked on various national and international accreditations. Dr. Veena has chaired several committees to conduct FDPs on outcome-based education and accreditation. Dr. Veena conducts MDPs, EDPs, FDPs, workshops on SPSS for research scholars, executives, and students. Dr. Veena has conducted sessions on entrepreneurship, market research for small and medium entrepreneurs in the capacity of chief enumerator and statistician. Dr. Veena has presented several papers in national and international conferences and has published research papers in reputed journals. Dr. Veena is a guide for postgraduate management studies. She has assisted several research scholars through questionnaire preparation, data analysis during their PhD program. In nutshell, Dr. Veena has designed and implemented various academic processes to move towards nationally and internationally acceptable quality standards. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting the invitation and gracing this eventful occasion. Looking forward for a great learning from you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Should we start the session? However you say. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Before I start the session, let me extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. T.V. Raju, who has not just been here right now. He'll come think about me for this particular session. And thanks to the Community Institute for having me here. And thanks to all of you who are going to be here as audience. And I hope I don't waste your time. I'll add some value to each one of your knowledge bank. Thank you once again, and let's start with the session. What is your expectation from the session when we talk about qualitative research? What do you think is your expectation from the session? How many of you are comfortable about qualitative research? Anybody? I assume all of your faculty members may be involved in research, already completed your research or in the process of conducting your research, right? So what do you expect in a topic like qualitative research?
How do we get to quantify it?
Okay. How do we get to quantify it? Okay.
Which is of the current trend.
Sorry?
Which is of the current trend.
Which is of the current trend means?
Whether qualitative or
What is
quantitative?
trendy, which is not outdated.
Okay, you mean to say qualitative research is not outdated. Is it the meaning, or I'm not able to understand maybe. What exactly are you trying to say?
Hope I answered wrong.
No problem. There is nothing called right wrong. We are all learning. No problem. Whatever you think, you can express. Any other? Now, what is your expectation from this session?
Quality in teaching.
Quality in teaching. I'm sorry, I'm not going to cover that.
Exactly, a researcher can apply this qualitative research against the quantitative research.
Okay, maybe a little bit of it. Yes, we are going to talk.
As the name indicates, learning new paradigms to apply research.
Okay.
For me, research is like a mountain to climb.
Okay.
All these times, whoever researchers or the PhD people I have met, they scare me. They say PhD.
Then you have met wrong people.
Yes, I've never seen people who has enjoyed their research work till now.
Then look at me.
Okay, that's nice.
No, there are people here also.
I don't know about others, so I can at least say, you can look at me and you can enjoy research. No doubt about it. Okay. Again. Yes.
I'm looking for types of qualitative research, focus group and institute.
Okay. So types of qualitative. Okay. I think in the previous session, the resource person spoke about how do we build a research environment or a type of a culture here. Maybe in this organization or any other organization for that matter. How do we build a culture of research? And why research is important? I think all of those aspects he has already covered. So I'm not getting into the details of what my preceding speaker has already covered. But we are going to look at precisely qualitative research. And during my discussion with your director, he also asked me touch upon quantitative research and differentiate between the two and then proceed with the qualitative research. So that is how I've prepared my presentation. Okay, this has been one of my favorite quotes in the last few months. Not everything that can be counted counts. What does that mean? I'm a statistics person by profession and by my education, and we go with numbers. We go with hardcore numbers. And the very definition of statistics says it's a collection, presentation, analysis of numerical data. So the minute we say number, it means we should be able to count it or we should be able to measure it. But here we are saying not everything that can be counted counts. What does that mean?
Not all research work is actually a research.
No, sorry. Research work should be research work. It should not go away from that focus.
Not everything in research can be measured in numbers.
Come out of research. Just for a minute, just move out of research.
Not all the data what you collect will be the information.
What is the intrinsic meaning of the word counts? The last word.
Number.
No. Value. Yes. Not everything that can be counted counts. Means you may count 100 things in this world, but does it really matter to you? It may not. It may not. And not everything that counts can be counted. What a beautiful sentence. Many things matter to us, but we may not be able to quantify them. And that is where maybe people like me, statisticians, fail. Right? Because we need to move out of our mindset that everything that can be quantified only should be dealt with. No. There are many things in this world which counts but cannot be counted. Right? And this statement is given by none other than Einstein. Okay, I'll not spend too much time on this sentence, this slide, because you've already discussed this. What is research? We all accept that it's an art of scientific process. We all accept? Do we? Why is it an art? I think management faculty here will say, management is an art and science, which I never understood. Because never gets applied. Most often, it's the leader who determines what management will continue in the culture, in the organization. but we have hundreds of theories of management. Therefore, it becomes an art. You have a theory which is scientifically developed, but you apply it based on your opinion, your perception, and your experience and expertise, right? So, it's an art. Research is an art of applying scientific process. What is science? We must be having science faculty also here.
It's a formula.
It's a formula.
Experiments, observation.
Experiment, observation. Investigation.
And finding new things.
Finding new things, okay.
Proving the things.
Sorry?
Proving the things.
Proving, okay. Prove or disprove. Statisticians disprove many times. Okay. Prove or disprove, okay. Means accept or reject null hypothesis we talk about many a times. And there is a, okay, since I use the word hypothesis, let me also tell, there is a misconception among researchers that we always need to prove the hypothesis. Not necessarily. And I'll be happy if I disprove null hypothesis. Okay? Anyway, what is science? Coming back to this. So there is investigation, there is experimentation, there is proof given, there is formula, there is so many things, but it is just to know. It is just to know things in a systematic manner. If I make an attempt to know something in a systematic manner and arrive at some knowledge, arrive at some new discoveries and inventions, that is science. And why do we talk about this in research? Because we conduct research both on physical science and social science. So let us see what is physical science, which we are not going to deal with much in depth, but let us just get to understand what is physical science research. Why do we need to conduct research in physical science? If I leave my fingers in this, what will happen to this gadget? Why will it not float or fly? What does that mean? I'm dealing with a physical science, right? And you know, if I touch my finger here, I'll be burnt. I'll feel the heat because it is a flame. Again, physical nature. So if I want to conduct 100 times also, if I want to touch and see what happens, 100 times I'll burn my fingers. Nothing else will happen. So what happens in physical science research will be the statements of specific tendencies. What do I mean by statements of specific tendencies? We try to analyze tendencies. What happens? And what happens every time I conduct a research in physical science? More or less the same results appear. So if I if I keep my hand here, I feel the heat. Every time I do that, I feel the heat. But depending upon the distance and depending upon the flame and other things, maybe I'll feel little less, little more, whatever, but I'll feel. So every time we conduct the research, if I leave my fingers here, it will fall. I know that because it depends on physical nature. Therefore, it is specific. The results are more or less specific. But what happens in social science?
It keeps on changing.
It changes. Why it changes?
It's going to train.
It deals with people, it deals with society, it deals with the context. Right? If I ask all of you, how many of you like coconut chocolates? Some of you may raise your hand, right? And if I bring a white colored coconut with sugar and something and keep it to you, you may not take it. So we do market research. In management, we do market research. We tend to analyze too many things about the consumers who are maybe potential consumers of our product. But when actually the product or service goes into the market, it fails. Because the tastes and preferences change. And that is very, very important to understand when we talk about social research. So what do I mean by Changing tastes and preferences? In a social science research, since we know that it is not, the results are not going to be constant, we tend to analyze what is general tendency. Again, that comes back to my subject, statistics. What is true on an average? Statistics deals with average results, right? So we try to understand what is happening on an average, right? And that is a major difference that we need to understand between physical science research and social science research. Why do I need research? Plenty of reasons to conduct research. And for many of us who are in academics, maybe I want a promotion. So I need a PhD in front of my name. How many of you are honest about that? I'm honest about it. Of course, that leads to... See, when I ask you how many of you are honest, maybe you'll hesitate. But that is one of our requirements. Maybe. For many of us, maybe that is not at all the requirement. I have a hunger to know. Right? That could be the reason. So why, apart from that, let us not focus that as the main idea of research.
Research is equal to development.
Research is equal to development. Yes, absolutely. So we want to understand new things. We want to develop new things. We want to theorize new ideas. Right? For all those reasons, we need to build on already known facts. And that process of building on a particular basement idea becomes research. And develop new knowledge, new ideas, critically analyze. What do I mean by critically analyze a point? Already there is a theory established. Can I challenge that theory? Always possible. Even scientific theories are challenged. Recent challenge is our Chandrayaan-3. China has challenged us. Saying what?
It has not reached the South Pole.
So it's a challenge. Though it is not critical analysis, nobody will accept that point. It is something which can be researched upon. Right? So we want, and maybe there are many theories in management. How many of you are management faculty? Okay. Science faculty? Okay. Science, which branch of science? Physical science or biological science? Computer science. Computer science. Okay. Oh, I'm saved then. Otherwise, if there are biology students and then zoology students, I have no idea about what all those subjects are. Okay. So critically analyze. I think with management faculty, I can very easily say Maslow's theory is a hierarchy of needs. Right? And when you see this, somebody challenges. Maybe I'll say, now the new concept is Indian knowledge system. Maybe many of you are aware. UGC has come up with an idea of introducing new Indian knowledge system as a regular course for all the teaching community. So we all will go through that. And somebody will challenge, with that knowledge somebody will challenge this. Maslow's theory is not a new theory. We had this in ancient India. And if I have to challenge this, then I have to prove that there was ancient scripts which were available, which showed better theorization of the theory of hierarchy of needs. Right? That can be a critically challenging an existing accepted theory. And for that also I need research. Identify patterns and tendencies. And mostly in management and social science research, this is what we try to achieve. We want to understand what patterns are followed. How do customers behave? How do Indians react to the situations that we face in our day-to-day life? Or is there a difference between Westerners' behavior vis-a-vis Asians' behavior towards a particular idea or a concept or a situation? So we try to understand patterns and tendencies. As earlier said, both specific and general. And many a times we try to come up with a very new idea. Right? Very new idea. What, as we say, think out of the box. Be creative. Be innovative. creative and innovative could be an extension or an improvement over the existing thing, but you break all rules and come up with a new idea. That also is a possible reason why we conduct research. And research is also conducted to understand certain ideas like what is the most popular brand. These are like some examples that I am trying to present here. And computer science teachers, you want to identify which procedure will give you the output with less time. Or should there be a different syntax that I can use so that I will get better output. And technology gets used in almost everything today in our day-to-day life and our scientific experiments and anything and everything. So you develop a new code, you develop a new program, you develop a new programming language. All of that can be a part of my research where I try to compare and contrast which procedure is better. Should we go with, and training, if I look at the training and what is the expectation or what is the reason of this particular FDP today?
The knowledge.
Enlightened minds will walk out of this seminar hall. That is the reason, right? And when will that outcome be achieved?
And the minds are understood.
At least 10% of whatever is discussed in this hall remains in our mind. Of course, 100%. If possible, fantastic, but truly it is not possible. But at least some portion of it triggers our thinking pattern. Oh, I never thought that this can be something. Or this is also another way of understanding this idea. That happens, believe me, that happens in every session that we sit in. Right? Something we definitely learn. And that learning is, maybe your organizers may think, should it be an online session or should it be an offline session? Which could be more effective? Or should it be a mix of both? Today it's concept of online. And should I conduct the sessions in the morning or should I conduct the sessions in the evening? When will participants be more active? All these experimentation might help you to come up with a beautiful feasible procedure. So what is the most acceptable and effective procedure? Could be a research. Intentionally I put this. Public opinion on government policies. All of us know 5 basic fundamental promises that were made by our government and what is happening with all those 5, we all know. But whatever opinion I have, you may not have. Right? So I want to understand what is the opinion of people for government policies and legislation. And cause and effect. Cause and effect is a very, very important idea that we do we try to understand in research. What makes a particular event happen? Or if some particular event happens, what will be its outcome? If I give training, what happens? If I don't give training, what happens? Right? And if I change one parameter in the whole process, what will happen to the result? I think again, management faculty also understand y is equal to mx plus c. It's a simple equation. If I change x or if I change the slope, if I change c, the constant, any small change anywhere will have an impact on y. So I want to understand how they interplay. Smoking kills. Who says smokers never say? Right? But how did we arrive at that conclusion, smoking kills? The incident of death or incident of dangerous diseases were high among smokers as compared to that of non-smokers, under all other conditions being constant. This is an experimental design that I want to conduct, and this can be a scientific research and a design can be developed for that. So all of that cause and effect and social behavior. Recently, in one of the events at our college, we had a assistant commissioner of police, a lady, young girl. I would call her a young girl because she is much younger to me. And she was talking about their work with criminals. And they try to assess how individuals take on to criminal activities. This is a social research, very important social research. So when we try to understand this, then based on the findings, they come up with training programs or many other policies which can change the minds of jail inmates. Okay. Any questions or anything, any comments on whatever we have discussed till now? No? As we always say as teachers, when it goes here, no questions. But when it goes here, when everything goes here, no questions. When everything goes here also, there is no question. Okay, I hope everything is going here. Qualitative and quantitative. This will be like foundation for what I am going to talk for the next maybe half an hour or so. What is the basic difference between qualitative research and quantitative research?
Measured in numbers.
So when we talk about research methodology, which many of you would have studied in Cooper and then many other textbooks, qualitative, quantitative, usually it comes under an approach. The approach of research could be qualitative or it could be quantitative. And the most important thing or the easiest thing to look at when we try to distinguish between the two, the data that we collect. The word data usually refers to numerical information. Okay? Generally we say information for non-numerical information. Again, I am using the same word. So, when we talk about quantitative research, we expect the data to be in numbers. When we talk about qualitative research, we expect the data to be non-numerical. Or maybe it can be words, it can be pictures, it can be language, right? It can be sentences. So, to understand the difference between the two, the keywords that we need to keep in mind for qualitative research, the complexity. Qualitative research as compared to quantitative research is more complex. You may ask me why. Do you ask me why? You will understand as we go a little further. Quantitative research follows a particular path, but qualitative research is like wide open. Sometimes we may go like this and we may have to come back and then take another direction. How many of you have attended any session of Harikathe? Are you aware of what is Harikathe? Okay, good. Now also we have that understanding of Harikathe. What happens when somebody says Harikathe? They start with, let us say, Krishna Sandhana. They start with that story, but after 5-7 minutes, they go to some Upakathe. And they go so far, we forget Krishna Sandhana, and we are going in the Upakathe. And again, you have to come back to Upakathe and then start with the main road. Qualitative research is almost like that. Sometimes we start with a purpose. Of course, we have to start with a purpose and a direction. But on the way, you may have to take a deviation and come back. And when to take that deviation, how much deviation can you take, becomes a little complex issue. Okay? So complexity in qualitative research is more than what you get to see in quantitative research. And qualitative research is very, very contextual. Therefore, there may not be possibilities of generalization. Whatever researcher comes up with as a result of the research is true in that context. And also, the same data, same information, same research, another researcher might come up with a different version of interpretation. Okay, it may not be true that I and somebody else are doing the same research. Whatever results I arrive at may not be, or the interpretation that I give for a result may not be same as the other person's interpretation. So contextual, qualitative research is very, very, very contextual. Inductive. What is inductive? There are two logics that we deal with in research. One is deductive logic and the other one is inductive logic. All mathematics and computer science teachers will definitely know what is inductive. What is inductive?
Individual to general.
Sorry?
Individual to general.
Okay. Okay. Any other explanation? Any other explanation? Yes. Specific to generalization. You start with a specific situation, a specific unit of study and grow to bigger. And I think this is a very famous theorem that all of us all of us will learn during our high school days, but we may or may not remember. A is equal to x. Then A is true for x is equal to 1, x is equal to 2, x is equal to 3. Then we say A is equal to x is true for even x is equal to n. Then it is true for n plus 1. If it is true for n plus 1, it is true for anything other than n plus 1. What does that mean? We are trying to say that if something is true for a small group, and then in the same, of course, in the same context, in the same situation, it would be true for others also. Too much of generalization is also not acceptable. Something is true for people in this hall does not mean that it is true for everybody in Bangalore. That type of a generalization we should not do. Okay? But for the given group, for the given context, whatever we find, we start with one individual, grow, snowballing effect. Have you heard about snowballing effect? We grow, right? And on the contrary, what is deductive? General to specific. And then qualitative research is always an exploratory research in nature. When we start the research methodology classes, usually when we talk about types of research, we always talk about exploratory research, descriptive research, causal research, so on and so forth, right? And qualitative research is exploratory. We do not have a set direction. As we move further in the research, we explore new things and adopt our research to the requirements. So you can see on the contrary, quantitative, it is experimental nature. And again, when we say experimental, need not be always in a closed four walls of the laboratory. You can conduct experiment even in a market. You keep some items in public domain and say which product you would like to pick up. It's an experiment. And why did they pick up that particular product? And you note down their response, bring it back and see what will be the general opinion of customers. So experimentation does not mean that it's always in a hall or in a laboratory. It could be even in public places. Random assignment. How many of us understand the word random? Yes, can you tell me what is random?
Chances, equal chances to get selected.
Very nice. Something which is not in order, okay?
Picked out from a lot.
Sorry?
Picked out from a lot.
Picked out from a lot, okay?
And it did not follow up the same result.
Sorry?
Every time it may not be the same result.
Okay, every time it may not be the same result. Which is not systematic.
Non-probability.
Non-probability, wonderful.
Which is not sequential.
Not sequential, wonderful. All of that I will take, yes.
Taken out on a random basis, either keeping certain criteria or without keeping.
No, I am trying to understand that word random basis. What is random?
There's no criteria.
There is no criteria. I love this answer. There is no criteria. Okay.
No priority also.
Sorry?
It's no priority.
There is no priority. Okay.
Every unit of the population will not get a chance to be selected.
Every unit of the population
Will not get chance.
will not get chance. Will get chance. Give her a round of applause.
And equal chance.
Give her a round of applause. Okay. This is a problem. The minute we use the word random, even in some theses, in some papers I have seen, without any order. No. Statistically, random means everybody gets an opportunity. And an equal opportunity most often again. Sorry? There could be conditions. If you talk about systematic sampling, or if you talk about with replacement, without replacement, we do put conditions, but give an equal opportunity. You are not biased about any selection. Need not be only in sampling process. Anything for that matter, the word random can be used, should not be used randomly, first of all. And if you are using the word random, it means that you do not have any biased opinion before doing the act. That is the meaning of the word random. It does not mean that there is no procedure, there is no predetermined approach. No. Okay? There is a predetermined approach which says that you have to have no prejudice. Okay? So, in quantitative method, we use a random procedure. Does not mean that we don't have any specific procedure. We have procedures which are predetermined and gives equal opportunity to all possible units, which can be included for the study. And there is a concept of independent and dependent variable, right? Y is equal to mx plus c. What does that mean? Y is the dependent variable. experimental or quasi-experimental, descriptive, methodology. And you might be aware of what is cross-sectional, longitudinal. You're all aware? So you will go with any of those methods when it comes to quantitative. This we are going into little detail in this session now. And what are the general characteristics? When it comes to qualitative, we try to generate processes. It's an exploratory research. So we come up with something which we want to use later, right? So we try to find out what should be the processes, generate new methods. And what mechanism? It could be of intervention, social intervention. The social work students intervene in social work activities. What is the best way of interaction or intervention? Should I go and train myself? Should I get somebody from an NGO and train them? What should be the intervention? Should I keep myself outside and then see what happens and then get into the situation? There are a lot of interventions that are possible. So what type of an intervention that one can get into? All of this will be answered through qualitative research. Whereas in quantitative, number crunching. Sometimes we get our tooth also damaged. We try to crunch so hard. And that too, now what happens? You have SPSS, you have AMOS, you have plenty of statistical software thanks to our computer science teachers. And everybody will ask what software have you used for your data analysis? And you will say, I have outsourced it to a statistician. Right? Many a times it happens. Researchers don't do their data analysis themselves. They outsource it to people like me who will become rich. Right? There are people who do that. But that is not the way to do. You should at least, whatever little analysis you do for your data, you should do it yourself. Don't worry about having hard, very complex statistical analysis for your data. Basic statistical analysis gives you a lot of inputs into your, or insights into your data. And if you're able to interpret that insight, it will be fantastic to understand your population and sample. That should be enough. So number crunching happens in quantitative research, whereas no number crunching in qualitative research. And very, very important, in data analysis, when it comes to qualitative, it's an iterative process. What do I mean by iterative process? We do not say that I completed my research, this is my findings, done with that. No. There could be many, many different loops and then continue. And when do we stop? If that is the case, how long can I prolong? Where do I stop? Can be a big question that we need to answer. Where do I stop?
If it is stopped, then there is no meaning of research. When is stop?
Now, usually we stop when the sample saturates. Okay? What is the meaning of sample saturation?
You get the same result.
Absolutely. You do not find anything new. You find the same pattern or the same answer or the same response again and again. Even after interacting with maybe 4, 5, 6 new sample units, you find the same thing. It means that even if I go further, I'm not going to find anything new. I started with 10, went to 20, went to 30. After 30, everything looks same. The results look same. Meaning I can stop and conclude. But until I reach that point, I do not know what is my sample size. But all of us who have defended our PhD thesis, in our defense, the first question that what is your sample size? How did you conclude that this is your sample size? But being a statistician, I had a wonderful answer, which maybe I'll share later, not now. So you will have to answer the question, what is your sample size? In quantitative research. But in qualitative research, there is no such answer. You start with small number, go in depth, and try to understand what is the pattern that you are getting to see.
Ma'am, going back, how is that I taking an expertise, statistician, analysis here, unethical in my research?
It's not unethical. I did not say it's unethical. But if you involve the statistician from the time of your
research questionnaire preparation, and all of that, then the statistician is also aware of what you are doing. And it is not the work of statisticians to do their data analysis and give it back to you and then you will go and defend the, no. You should know why they are doing whatever they are doing. You should have understanding of a simple concept like correlation. Correlation and regression is used left, right, center. But you do not know what exactly is the reason for taking a particular variable as independent variable and how is their interplay. We also talk about multicollinearity and things like that. When we talk about such things, if you do not know what is happening in the analysis, how will you defend? It is not unethical to have a statistician. Take their expert opinion and then try to understand what is being done. Don't be blindly accepting whatever they are giving you. Because most often this is a problem. Statisticians may not know the topic on which you are studying or may not know the science behind it or many such things. If you are doing, let us say in, honestly, let me accept, if you do a finance analysis, I'm not an expert in finance. So there could be 100 theories in finance. You give me data, I'll analyze and give it to you. But how do I know whether it is relevant to your finance research or not? You will not know what I have done. So you will accept blindly. Whatever I do and give you, you will accept. That should not happen. But co-create the result and your data. Absolutely no problem. Okay. What are the key features? Any other question? Any other question? Am I going too fast? No. Fine? Okay. What are the key features that we have to keep in mind when we are dealing with qualitative research? One very, very, very important point, it is in the natural surroundings. We try to create an environment and then brief the participants and then take the data may not help you to get the real results. So it should be in the natural settings. And as I've already mentioned, it's an iterative process. You cannot say that I'm done with this data. I'll find out my, I'll come to conclusions about my research. That may not be the case in research, which is qualitative in nature. And again, another very important thing, design evolves. It could be both a plus and a minus. Why is it a plus? Or why is it a strength? Advantage? The steady research design evolves. Can it be a strength? You are thinking? You are thinking? Yes. Why that can be a strength?
You can alter it later.
Yes. You on the way forward, you may pick up the right procedure as you move forward. Right? It's very, very important. Sometimes we get stuck with our initial plan, even when we realize that it may not give you the right result, because you've already committed to that path, you will go in that path. That is not the case.
You always take a true, you go in the true direction.
You can always fluctuate and then get into a place where you will get better results.
True results.
True results, better results, and better understanding of the situation. Otherwise, what happens? We are like the horses, which are put with the covers on either side. You don't want to see here. You just want to go in the straight road. No. We are like here, if I can, I don't know how relevant it will be, but if I can use the word, it is like Google Map. You can take this route or you can take that route. Ultimately, you will reach the destination. Right? Flexibility. It may take a little extra time. Fine. But Google is saying that there is traffic jam on this road. Don't take. I might believe or I might not believe. It depends on you. But if I believe and then say, okay, let me take this route, then you are taking the right path to avoid the traffic jam. Okay, and also there is no single reality.
Very, very important. As I told in the beginning itself, if I'm doing a research and somebody else is also doing the research on the same topic in the same place, they may come up with two different interpretations. Then again there could be a question, whom do I believe then? Should I accept the results of researcher 1 or researcher 2? It's a big question. We'll answer that a little later. And then theory is data driven and emerges after the research process is completed. How much time do I have, sir? 10 minutes more. Okay. I don't know how much can I really complete. Quantitative, we usually start with controlling the extraneous variable. What do I mean by extraneous variables and what do I mean by controlling them? In this world, whether it is science, pure science, physical science, biological science, social science, whatever name we give, nothing is independent. Yes. Everything interplay, yes. Right? And when that interplay happens, we may look at some of the important ideas or we may ignore some of them. But sometimes what happens when we ignore some variable, that variable is a very important variable. We have ignored it. It does not mean that it does not exist. And there could be some such outside the study area variables. They are extraneous variables, which could be both independent and dependent variable, and they affect the relationship between the variables. They are outside of the study focus, but still they are like watching from the top. Always looking at like this. And whenever there is an opportunity, they try to come in between. Whenever we talk about quantitative research, we try to arrive at such or identify such variables in advance and then try to keep them away. And objectivity. And this is another thing which whenever I start my class on statistics, especially for management students, I start with this idea. Why do management students need statistics? What is the answer? Oh, they are management students, same year students, fantastic. Okay, why do management students? It is not just for management, for anybody, but generally this is the question that I ask because management students think that they can avoid number, mathematics and all of that, and that's the reason why they get into management or commerce or anything. They don't get into science, right? So why do I need management? Why do management students need mathematics?
They can manage.
Okay, they can market better. They can manage better.
Decision strategize.
Decision on what?
On the results.
On the results. Okay.
All management concepts have numbers.
Okay. So you can't escape. You can't escape.
Impossible.
Correct. Now, management, the very, very important role of managers, or any one of us, even if we are not managers and even if we are not in a leadership position, every day we take decisions. Knowingly or unknowingly, we take decisions. And especially when management students become decision makers, like middle-level managers or top-level managers, they take decisions which are going to affect their organization. And such decisions cannot be based on my gut feeling, my experience, my idea. No. You are creating a hazard by taking decisions on gut feeling. You can't. So whenever you go with a decision, you should know why you're taking that decision, and that should be
Numbers.
That should be dependent on based on facts and data. That leads to objectivity in decision. And you also, one of the beauties of statistics is you also estimate the error. And the reason that you are able, what is the basis for writing the limitation? The errors that may have happened will lead you to limitations. Or what should not be, we do a lot of extrapolation, right? Our mind is extraordinary in that. ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಕೈ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಬೆರಳು ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಹಸ್ತ ನುಂಗಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ. If I give one statement, people will understand it 100 times, 100 ways. So that extrapolation should stop. The results should be understood in a particular way. Beyond that, somebody should not understand. That is where the limitations will come into picture. Scope and limitation, right? And many a times it happens. The very first line in the scope is, the limitation of the study is if the study is conducted only in Bangalore. Are you writing scope or you are writing limitation? And it is under scope. It is written under scope. So these type of mistakes we should avoid, right? Okay, that is not the purpose of this work. Anyway, objectivity is another important thing. And then design of the study determined before the study begins. Whereas qualitative research is not like that. We evolve as we continue with the study. I think these things we can avoid. Test the theory, generate the hypothesis is more important in qualitative rather than testing the hypothesis. Okay? It's a strategy which will interpret textual information, not numerical information. Why do I call it as a strategy? Again, in our research, we talk about statement of the problem, need for the study, research questions, so on and so forth, hypothesis, all of that. So when we talk about qualitative research, your research questions should be strategically designed. Why is it a strategically designed question? Because you would have thought about the research or the purpose, everything in depth. It is not an ad hoc process that is adopted. And you need to deliberate. What is the meaning of deliberation here? You need to weigh pros and cons, the purpose, and internal deliberation. Deliberate with other researchers. Only after that you arrive at the questions. And if we go by the history of how qualitative research got evolved, predominantly it got evolved in medical sciences. Okay? And you understand how to understand the psychology of a patient's relative. Patient may not understand anything. Who takes the decision for patient? It's a relative. And understand the psychology of patient's relative. It's very difficult because you are always at the risk. You say yes for the operation, operation might go wrong. You say no for the operation, patient may die without operation. Then you will contemplate, oh, I should have said yes for the operation. It's very, very difficult. And therefore the qualitative research design evolved predominantly from medical field. And therefore it is important to have deliberations and also thoughtful idea. And systematic and not ad hoc. I think this I'll skip completely because of lack of time. When we do qualitative research, we go into the depth. Natural environment, I think this also will be repetition, but I would like to focus on this. When complex problems to be broken down. In quantitative research, we expect the variables to be of a particular type, which may not be true in reality. And you may have needs for various data type collection. Again, what happens in a quantitative research? We may have to stick to, let us conduct a survey over and out. Whatever survey data we get, we confine ourselves to that. But that may not be enough. Then we will be in trouble. But in qualitative research, that is not the case. And varieties of sources. It could be very, very different types of respondents, very many different types of platforms through which we conduct.
For any research, is there a formula to calculate what should be the sample size?
Yes, in quantitative research we do have. In qualitative we don't have. Because of the very nature.
So how do I say that it's a good sample size or it's a bad sample size?
In qualitative or in quantitative?
In qualitative.
In qualitative, you don't need to worry whether it's a good sample size, bad sample size, that question does not arise. You start with a small group and you snowball it or you enlarge it until you get sample saturation. Until that, there is no question of finalizing the sample size. Okay, if you are a researcher embarking on a qualitative research, what is the prerequisite? The prerequisite is transparency. Meaning, a researcher should not have the mentality of hiding and doing things in disguise. It should be open. The data should be made available for external scrutiny. People should know what type of a procedure you are adopting. If somebody comes up with a different approach, one should be able to accept if there is a need to change. Then methodic. Of course, any research should be methodic. Adherence to evidence. Too much of extrapolation can be a problem. And we have the habit of doing it, whether it is qualitative or quantitative. Everybody is like that. I find something and I say, oh, you know, that happened, this happened. Fantastic imagination and elaboration. That should not be the case. You remain rooted with your result. And then bracketing means you should not go with, if you are a researcher, you should not go with a predetermined mind. You should keep your whims and fancies, prejudice, etc. outside and go with an open mind. That's a prerequisite. And of course, contemplation, we have already talked about. And prepare for challenge and excited to take unknown paths. As I already told, kateginta upakate jasti agbidabodu. You should be ready to take that, and extra time also, you may have to spend that time, you should be ready for that. And that is one of the very important qualities of an exploratory study. You cannot fix your time and say, I'll do an exploration. No. If Chandrayana fails, it fails. Next time we will have another chance. So you need to be ready to explore things, so there is no time boundary. Okay, common types. Somebody asked about what are the different types. Phenomenology, wherein we try to explore phenomena. We are trying to explore the experiences of a community within in a group or in a community who have gone through a phenomena or who have gone through a particular event. And here what happens? We don't only consider the experiences in the context of the phenomena, but we also try to explore their background events, like what could be the political reasons, what could be the historical reasons, socio-cultural reasons, etc., etc., etc. Today, as we stand here, we all are aware that there is a war going on between Hamas and Israelis. People who are in that situation would have gone through a lot of challenging situation. After some time, after the war is over, if somebody wants to understand the situation that the people who fortunately survived the incident, they should not talk only about the war. They should also try to understand the political context, the historical context, and the other socio-political, socio-religious, if I can say so, the reasons behind the whole incident. And collectively, when we present the results, that becomes a qualitative research. Okay? And that the idea is phenomenology. Example, okay, I have given an example of war survivors, or it could be a participation of people in a mega event like in this example G20. In the current G20 session across India, there were, if I can recollect the number right, more than 5 lakh people were directly, indirectly involved. And if I want to understand their experiences of being a part of a mega international event like G20, I should also understand the context, political context, international relationship related context, and many other contexts, and then try to understand the success, failure, or their opinions about the event. And this is an example. Ethnographic studies is another possible way of conducting qualitative research. What is ethnography? Ethnicity. We understand the word ethnicity. So what is ethnographic research?
About the nativity of geographical region.
So nativity, the cultural nativity or the religious nativity, or generally any society has its own ethnic practices. So within, and here one of the very important things is this: often being part of the community. The researcher becomes a part of the community. He or she will not ask questions. Instead, be a part of the community and try to understand how the community works. For example, if I want to understand how an ethnic minority community who lives in a forest area manage their day-to-day requirements, I cannot go and ask them. They may not even know language to give me answers. So I cannot go and ask them, how do you procure your daily food? How do you procure your clothing? How do you take care of your medicines? They may not even understand any of this. But instead, if I go and stay with them for maybe about 6 months, 8 months, 1 year, I will understand how they really procure. And that actually is the purpose of internship. Right? When we send our management students to company, what do we expect them to understand? Students should understand the company's working based on seeing what happens and being a part of that, right? And that is ethnographic research. Next is historical research. It could be both document based or orality based. What is history? We all understand. What has happened in past? Many things that happen in past will have impact on present. And rather, everything that happened in past will have an impact on present in one or the other. So when we talk about study of past and their effect on present, we go to historical data. And historical data, again, not numerical data. It's not about how many people got killed in a Panipat war. No, not that. But how the whole event happened. What are the lessons learned? What are the strategies that were adopted during that time? Could be one of the studies. So again here, one concept that we need to talk about is internal criticism and external criticism. Internal criticism is required to understand and arrive at a conclusion about documents credibility. Meaning within the small group of researcher or the researcher himself or herself will try to critically look at the documents that is collected for the research purpose and try to see if the documents are credible enough. And external criticism is for authentication and validity. There could be hundreds of historians who can help you to see whether the data or the document that you have used is authentic and valid. So such criticisms are required in historical research. Case study is another type of qualitative research where in-depth understanding of an individual or a group or an organization is done. Here it is 100% important that we go as deep as possible in the case that we have picked up. It could be an individual, it could be a group, it could be an organization. And again, most of the management faculty tend to write case studies, right? It's one part of our research work. We try to present cases. In that, a qualitative research can precede your case writing. Action research, here it seeks action to improve practices. Means like you already have a process, but you want to see what actions can improve the outcome of a process or a practice. So you are trying to measure the effectiveness of a practice, and here the actions are implemented on ground, and then you come up with the results. Like social intervention. You intervene in a particular fashion and see what happens in the as an outcome. And then maybe compare 2-3 different types of interventions and arrive at the best type of intervention. It could also be a part of, you can also look at this as a training. Training also could be an action research when it comes to qualitative research. And participatory action research is, there are again, when we talk about action research, there are two types, participatory or non-participatory. Participatory means you also become a part of the group on which the action is being implemented. Or sometimes you stay out and try to implement action and see what is happening. Grounded theory, we collect data, and based on the data, again data need not be only numerical. It could be qualitative data, qualitative information, and that leads us to develop theories. For example, N achievement theory. How many of you are aware of N achievement theory? Need for achievement theory? Management faculty? Not sure? Please go back. You can see it's a very important theory that was developed. Or it could be half-thrown experiment theory. Theory was developed based on observations. And there are critical analysis done about this experimentation. There are people who agree with the outcome of this theory, and there are people who disagree. So that in itself can be a research. And again here, constant comparison happens. Until you have no more evidence to deviate from the results that you have already found, you will continue to take new samples, you will continue to evolve your results. Okay, so constant comparison happens. Only when the saturation happens, you will come up with a theory. Okay, I think time may not permit, because this in itself could be a long explanation. But if anybody is trying to take pics, you can take what is required when we talk about articulating the research question. I'll stop here, because this I thought could be an important slide where you need to understand the purpose, identify an appropriate method, and how do you implement that method. So based on the purpose, you come up with different ways of collecting data and how do you collect data.
Ma'am, can you share the slide to all the participants?
I will do that. Any question? Yes. I can complete.
Ma'am, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Research scholar with RNSIT, doing my PhD over there. And talking about qualitative data, now we find various methods to extract qualitative data or qualitative information, and
I don't know whether I should say yes or no. Maybe I need to go a little more depth into the process that you're talking about, and then I can say yes or no. I don't want to give you a wrong impression whether you should go or you should not go. I should not be, because it might depend on the case that you are talking about. If I give a general answer, it might lead to problems later.
no, because I've seen in some healthcare journals they've used triangulation even for quantitative data.
Now that's the reason, if it is true and applicable for a particular context, it may not be applicable for all the other contexts. So if I give a general answer, say yes, then you will think, oh, it is applicable. It becomes a problem later. So I will refrain from giving you the yes or no answer in this case.
Thank you.
Huh?
He's supposed to text and discuss with some sides.
No, it becomes difficult. This type of questions are tricky.
He has to say to the statisticians,
Yes.
discuss with the topic.
Yes. Any other question?
Ma'am, can you just suggest certain methodologies which can be used for quantifying the qualitative research? Because at some point of time, it has to be represented in the form of numbers.
Actually, what we do in qualitative research data analysis is we develop codes, we develop code structures, and we develop patterns. Quickly, let me tell you where. Like this, for the sentence that you have got as a part of your research, you try to develop a code. Okay? And after developing the code, you categorize codes. And after developing the categories of these codes, like you can see here, building, resource model, these are the codes that we have developed based on the verbal information that we have got, or the pictorial information that you have got, or audio information that you have got. Okay? And that becomes a category. All these are categorized into physical surroundings. And based on that, you develop themes. We don't arrive at numbers as our results.
Not necessary.
Not necessary.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions? No more questions? Maybe you are all hungry? Happens. When we sit on the other side, it happens. I only hope that whatever little I could discuss added some value to your understanding. Thank you so much for your patience.
Ma'am, one last question.
Yes.
As you said, qualitative data as well as quantitative data has its own importance. But how can we actually identify on what approach can we take?
See, your research topic helps you to understand what should be the proportion of qualitative and quantitative approach that you need to adopt. Many a times what happens, you may not be in a position to get any numerical information. Like you have multiple types of variables, and even the vastness of the variable is such that you may not be able to put them all together in one questionnaire or something. Or the vastness of the source from where you get the information could be again another reason. In all such cases, we try to go for qualitative research work. But if you have a very well articulated, very specific research question and the purpose, wherein you are in a position to identify all relevant suitable variables, which can be used for data collection, which are numerical in nature, you can confine for quantitative. But there is another concept called mixed model. You can use a part of qualitative work and part of quantitative work. You can mix both of them and present. But you should have clarity about how far and where to stop.
So it depends totally on what
research question and the type of variable that you are dealing with.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any further? No? Thank you. Thank you for your patience hearing.
Thank you very much, madam, for proposing those innovative ideas and giving a detailed analysis of qualitative research and also emphasizing on the main benefits of the qualitative research. I request Mahesh sir to felicitate Dr. Veena ma'am. Yeah, I request T.V. Raju sir also to accompany Mahesh sir. Thank you, sir. We have an exciting and informative program lined up even in the post-lunch session, which will surely enrich your understanding. I hope you'll all enjoy that session also and make the most of this opportunity. Let's take a break for 30 minutes for lunch and come back for the third session. I request all of you to kindly assemble in the place where you had taken for the tea.
I have reversed diabetes. All thanks to this little CGM sensor here and my 3.
Coming to the track, and that
ಅನ್ಫ್ರೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ ಇವಾಗೇನು HDMI ಕೇಬಲ್ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ದೇ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ದೇ HDMI ಕೇಬಲ್ ನೀನು ಫ್ರೀಜಿಗೆ ಇದೇನು ಮಾಡೋಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಫ್ರೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಾಯ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ
ರೆಡಿನಾ ನೀವು ಡನ್
Good afternoon, everyone. I request all the faculties at the backstage also to come and join to the session. If you're planning for a year, sow rice. If you're planning for a decade, plant trees. If you're planning for a lifetime, then educate people. With this quote, let's begin the third session, use of artificial intelligence in academic research. I request Mahesh sir to welcome Anil Kumar sir. Rajesh sir. Sorry. Oh, I have it. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I call upon Mrs. Sushila Rajan ma'am, Assistant Professor, CICMS, to introduce our resource person for this session, Dr. V. Rajesh Kumar sir, Professor and Dean, School of Commerce and Management, Chanakya University, Bangalore.
Thank you, madam. 20 years ago, artificial intelligence was science fiction. 10 years ago, it was a dream. Today, we are living it. Hearty welcome to session 3, which probes into the question of artificial intelligence as a versatile tool for academic research. The first 2 sessions in the morning focused on the paradigm shifts in research methodology, quality in research impacts quality in education, and of course the 2 different dimensions of research. To take us into this new concept of artificial intelligence and how it is going to impact research, we have with us today a subject expert and resource person, Dr. V. Rajesh Kumar, who is an acclaimed and notable personality in academic circles, traversing the fields of commerce, business, and transgressing into the arena of academic research using artificial intelligence. On behalf of Community Center Group of Institutions, I accord a warm welcome to Dr. V. Rajesh Kumar, Professor and Dean, School of Commerce and Management, Chanakya University, known for its academic wealth and prowess. I request Dr. Mahesh Kumar, Director, Sims B School, to felicitate Dr. V. Rajesh Kumar. My next responsibility and honor is to share Dr. V. Rajesh Kumar's profile. I deem it my honor and privilege once more to introduce him. Let me read out his credentials, which speak volumes about his achievements and erudition. Dr. V. Rajesh Kumar has received his doctorate in the area of strategy. His penchant for accounting and taxation is complemented by his overbearing passion for finance. Sir has 30 years of experience in teaching at graduate, postgraduate, and professional levels and has served various institutions in different capacities. He is an acclaimed academician and professor of commerce in Mount Carmel Institute of Management, Bangalore University, Alliance Business Academy, to name a few. Another feather to his cap, he is a much cherished faculty for strategic financial management at the Bangalore branch of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. His profound knowledge in his area of expertise is reflected in the books he has authored: Financial Management, Indirect Taxes, for the requirement of professional courses, textbooks on accounting, finance, and taxation. I would like to highlight that Dr. V. Rajesh Kumar was the first Indian professor to be selected for International Management Teachers Academy training on case analysis and writing conducted by Central East European Management Development Association. Doctor has presented papers at various national and international conferences and published articles in very reputed journals. His paper on capital asset pricing model was selected for an international conference at Harvard University, Cambridge, United States of America during May-June 2011. Dr. Rajesh has a rich experience in research consultancy and training. He has conducted student development programs and faculty development programs in various institutions. In addition, Doctor has conducted training programs for executives of various well-known companies. He is well known as resource person for the non-finance executive program of the Bangalore branch of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He is the founder of Vitam Pravina Gurushala, an academy engaged in spreading knowledge of finance to all and sundry. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. V. Rajesh Kumar, who will address us on the role of artificial intelligence in academic research. So we eagerly await your presentation. Thank you.
Very good afternoon. At the outset, I would like to thank my guide, my mentor, T.V. Raju sir, for this opportunity. Thank you very much, sir. I'm truly happy to be here for one reason, because this is a place where my very good friend, Professor Mahesh, works. We have been friends, classmates for more than 35, 40 years. Thank you for this opportunity, sir. And any platform of research, I feel at home for two reasons. One, I can share a little of what I know, but more importantly, every platform I take a lot more than what I give, and expect that to happen this session as well. I have two goals for this session. My first goal is to keep you awake, considering that we had such a sumptuous lunch and very good ambience. I think all the ACs are working, so it's very difficult to keep our eyes open. So I'll try my best to keep you awake, and trust me, the area what we discuss is so exciting, so thrilling. It's like watching a thriller movie. My second goal, of course, to put something into your heads about how we can increase the quality of research. And let me make a disclaimer. There's a lot of hue and cry, and which is very valid. Why should we use AI tools for research? It should come something from our mind. It will dilute research. So many things are said, very right. It all depends on how we make use of it. So there are two approaches. Use it and dilute your research. If you go to Google and say how to write thesis, you'll get a lot of URLs writing thesis using ChatGPT, etc., etc. So all that can be done as well. That's not what I would like to give you. If you know how to use it, trust me, the AI tools can supplement our research and can increase the caliber and quality of our research. That's what I'd like to give you today. And everything what I show is a demonstration of some tools. And just before that, of course, we have big crowd, but how many of you are still in the process of research? So either doing your doctorate or whatever research, wonderful. In particular for it, this will be very useful. And all of us who have completed research, yet to begin research. Once you are in this profession, today one thing is very essential. How much you teach in the class, what happens, nobody considers. Your only recognition as a faculty is your research output. That's the only thing that counts. And research output is your publications, and those who are interested to publish will get a lot of insights. Let me begin. I'd like to start with one video.
Thomas, old Thomas, come in here and see what I've got. Thomas, meet McCannell. Mr. McCannell here is taking your job as mouse catcher. Are you through laughing, Tom? Then watch this. Is it okay if I laugh now, Tom? But that's how it is, Tom. Progress, the machine age and stuff like that. But don't worry. Maybe you can find an old-fashioned house that needs an old-fashioned cat.
All of us have, I'm sure, grown up watching Tom and Jerry. He is the first victim of artificial intelligence 40 years back. Friends, AI tools is not new for us. Those of you who feel, no, we should not use tools, mind you are already using it. A simple MS Word, whatever we use, and day in and out, a lot of AI tools in it, which you are not aware. Remember, the spell check, the grammar check, the references, which is something we use for research, though today we have better tools which can simplify, which I'll demonstrate a little later. But the reference tool, the translator, the design, everything that you have here are AI tools, embedded AI tools. We have been using it. And being commerce and admin faculty, one thing we always have been in touch with is Excel. And Excel again, data analysis, solver, error check, formula, what if analysis, what not. So AI tools is not new for us. But the modern AI tool is something very scary. I'll tell you, my first exposure, for me, which was a shocker to this modern AI tool, and all of us definitely keep hearing about one of them called ChatGPT. And for me, that was the first time, of course, probably I should say a year back or so. The context in which I came across this and what it could do, I was very thrilled and I was very scared. I'll tell you exactly what I encountered and I'll demonstrate something and you'll be really surprised to know what all can be done. And what I show is just tip of the iceberg. This was one university for which we are consulting. And they got in touch one day. They said, sir, our board of studies is scheduled 2 days later. For these courses, we need syllabus, session plan, cases, etc. I said, no, 2 days, it can't be done. It is something which has to be done over a month's time. And the faculty to teach has to be there to do that. But a colleague of mine who's from Information Systems Department said, so don't worry, accept it. I'll tell you how we can go about it. I said yes. And he took me to ChatGPT. ChatGPT. This is a simple website, I would say. by openai.com, and what it could do was miraculous. Now, just for example, please give me one subject, any one subject of your interest, your choice. Any subject, any course.
Artificial intelligence.
Okay, I'll come to that later. Any subject which you teach, general. Even that should not make a difference for me.
Strategic management.
Strategic management, okay, let us say. Now, this ChatGPT or any other AI tool, they're like robots, and unless you treat it nicely, it won't treat you nicely. And there is a way you should interact. Else, if you give it garbage, you also get the garbage. Now, this is what we should, how we should. Okay, resume. Okay. Good afternoon. Okay, wish it. And anything with particular ChatGPT, there's a simple format called RTF, which is define the role it has to play, give the task and give the format. RTF, role, task, format. Now, strategic management, let's say there's a course you would like to teach. You have to design the syllabus, you're an expert, mind you. Let's say you know the subject. So, I'm now requesting ChatGPT, consider yourself as a professor teaching a course on strategic management. Can you design syllabus for the course in 5 units, 5 modules, 5 units? And it responds the way it has to be. It gives instantly. Recommended text, whatnot. And I've heard, I don't know completely, confidently I can't say, but I've been told that it won't give same outcome for 15,000 iterations. Maybe it may be this way, that way, but 15,000 iterations, it will give you different outcomes. So what it gives you may not be the same what it gives other ones. But this is just the beginning. Can you prepare session plan for, let's say, 30 sessions of 75 minutes each? Please include relevant cases. Maybe as a faculty, probably may not know which are the cases for strategic management. This throws it. I said 30 sessions, and this is the format I'm giving it. 30 sessions, it is give me a session plan. And if I'm a person who knows the subject, I can definitely verify. It's not that you have to copy paste, but you have a framework within which you can work in a few minutes. Can you suggest evaluation criteria for this course? So what can be the evaluation, how it should be, everything it can be. Try this. Any course, any this thing, ChatGPT, you can. And there are 2 versions actually. One is 3.5, which is free version. Whatever I'm showing is that. There's version 4, which is paid version, but it's not a very big difference for that matter. Whatever you get in free version is good enough. Right? Now this was my first exposure, and as I said, honestly for me it was a shock. I didn't expect this to be so simple, but 100% we can't go with it. And let it be one course on artificial intelligence. Ma'am, even if the course on artificial intelligence, the same thing, you can just request it. I design courses, but finance is my area. I design courses. I take adequate time depending on many criteria, but this, I didn't even take 5 minutes. It has given me everything that is required to design a course. If this is what has to happen, maybe very soon we may stop using our brains, and that is the concern. But in this fast world, when there's something to support, something, a foundation from which we can take further, maybe this could be useful. And after this exposure, I got little interested in all these AI tools, particularly in research, what all tools can we use, and as I said, not how we can simplify or dilute our research, or we can supplement the research what we are doing and increase the quality of work.
Sir,
For that, yeah, please.
Since you have designed the course now,
Yeah.
how accurate is the design of AI?
Can I get?
The AI has designed the course.
Yeah. You don't have to take it as it is, madam. It may be good. It may not be.
Because you have an expertise as a
Yeah.
professor in
Now, for the courses which I design on finance, what I've tried, to a great extent, it's fine. Only that I looked at my cases, my process. What it says as session 1 may not be my session 1. But for any layman, those who would like to go with it, they can definitely go. It's good enough. But individually, we can always may change it and modify it as per our requirements. Now, to know how we can use AI for research, very quickly, let's understand, and please help me to list out steps in research. Any research, qualitative, quantitative, or to generalize. So, please tell me what are the steps in research. So, let us see for what all we have the benefit, facility of AI tools. Let's explore. So, can you tell me, sir?
Statement of the problem.
First is, we say, identify research motivation. Correct? Call it statement of problem, need for the study, and research motivation or research problem. And this is what we call as the why aspect of research. So why this research? This is what we define. And it's always essential as a researcher, you need to spend adequate time on this. And 6 months, 8 months, 1 year, I would say still less for the time is spent, because identifying what is called a research gap, that's the key, and that is what you should do here. And how to identify research motivation depends on what type of research. Is it academic research or applied research? Most of us are part of academic research, and if it's academic research, then we identify this research problem, research motivation through what is called literature review. How many of us truly know how to do literature review? Let's see. Yeah. Okay, I'll come to that. So I'll demonstrate what all tools we have which can help us in doing literature review. And as I said, truly amazing to see. But let's finish the steps first. Okay, you have identified the problem. Why this research? What's the gap? And why this research? What's the next step in research, sir? I think research is common knowledge for all of us, whether we're doing research or not. So after identifying the problem, which is the why aspect of research, what's the next step, sir?
Define objective.
What aspect of research is we call as define or specify objectives. And these objectives are what we call as what aspect of research. What should we find out in our study so that we get solution for the problem? Why this study? Problem, to address the problem. What we should find to get solution for the problem, that is objectives. How to derive objective itself is a excellent area of understanding. Methodology, but if we have to break it down, which is the how aspect, very right. Based on objectives, we design the tool, questionnaire, schedule, checklist, whatever. And using this tool, we collect data, then perform something very, very essential and very important area, analyze the data, arrive at findings and conclusions, and write the manuscript. It could be thesis, it could be paper, whatever. We call it as, generalized term is called manuscript. Now, broadly, these are the steps of research. And you have to go through this. If not, that's not the way to go. It so happened recently, I was in Bangalore University. A candidate came and met and said, sir, I've attended your session, so on, so, etc. We spoke for some time. And as there was a progress in research, he said, sir, I'm due for submission next month. Only literature review is pending, sir. So we know how he is doing his research actually. So that is not the shortcut what you should consider. This has to be the process. Now let's see how to do literature review, which is what we should do to identify research gap. What tools can help us? And whatever I show you now, again, just a few which I am familiar. Where you can find all the tools that are available for this purpose, at the end I'll show that you can use, and whichever tool you feel will be required. Okay, just for simplicity, let's take one or two topics, maybe what you're working, try to see based on that itself. So any one or two areas in which any of you doing fintech, wonderful. This is my area of interest. I'm doing some work on this as of now, okay? Sorry? I'm sorry, social?
Emotional intelligence.
Emotional intelligence, okay. Let me list out. So let's see if, for this itself, if we can find something which can be useful for us.
Sigma management.
Six Sigma, something, okay. All right. We can come back later. Now, this is the broad area I want to do research. And usually most of us have experienced it. Those who register for PhD or whatever research they want to do, they come and ask, can you please suggest a topic for research? And we all know that is not the approach, correct? What is required? Identify the problem. You get to know what is the area of research. So it's not the topic, identify the broad area. So this is the broad area in which you are interested to do research. Now in this, we should find the gap. If there is a gap, there's a scope for research. And don't assume every area we identify there is always a necessary gap. And in most of the areas, the research scope, in some cases it could be long term, in some cases it could be short term. Short term for papers you can use, long term maybe for PhD. But you have identified an area. What's the first thing you should do? First and foremost, unless you have a thorough, complete, deep knowledge of this, you can't do literature review. So my first responsibility to see that I have a complete understanding of what is emotional intelligence, complete clear understanding of what is fintech, what is Six Sigma. So first review, first literature we should see is material which can give us the basic knowledge, the foundation knowledge on this. Now, if that is an area you're familiar, you may know. If I ask finance, which is the best reference books, those of you who teach finance would be able to list out HR, marketing, but these areas. Now that's where these tools can be helpful. So ChatGPT I'm going to. What is the format in which we should request ChatGPT? RTF, role, task, format. So consider yourself as a researcher interested in the area of, let's say, fintech or emotional intelligence. Please suggest reference material. Friends, it will give you a big list of what all you should refer to, particularly books. If you specifically say books, it also lists out journals and articles, which is obviously what we need. But to begin with, you can even say, suggest books which I can use for this. It will be a complete list of books. Again, consider yourself as a researcher interested in the area of emotional intelligence. Please suggest reference books for this. It is a complete list of all the books which exist or all material which you need to know about emotional intelligence. And as I said, you can keep on repeating, it will give. Finally, you'll have a complete list. And I always suggest anybody, my research scholars, anybody, you're first responsible to see that, read these to get the foundation knowledge. Until otherwise, you're not ready for doing literature review. There are many scholars, one scholar, finance, she was interested. I said, good. Anybody wanted to research in finance, I gave a book, Ashwath Damodaran, Corporate Finance. I gave her and asked her, read and come. She came after 2 weeks and said, I know everything in this book. I am teaching the subject, I know. Then we started reviewing papers. How? I'll show the process. But after first paper, she came and said, I'm not understanding some terminology. I'm not understanding certain concepts. Because she didn't give enough time to read. So please ensure first you read. ChatGPT is just a small example. What I showed you, you will get a list. Great. Now that I have a list with me, I have understood what is fintech, what is emotional intelligence. I have an idea. Anybody questions on me, I have the ability to answer. Only then I should actually start my literature review to identify the research gap. Till then you are not ready, friends, trust me. Now where can I do that? ChatGPT may be helpful, but I'm showing you now few AI tools. Firstly, those which can help us to identify the literature, and then those which can help us to do literature review. So let's say first, what all can help us in doing the literature, identify literature. Friends, one of them is elicit.org, elicit.org or elicit.com. And most of these tools, what I show, are called freemium. That is, to some extent it is free. Beyond the limit, you have to pay, you have to subscribe, premium. So most of these are called freemium apps. Now, can you see? Explore the scientific literature. 3 things. First thing is find papers. So I'm interested in fintech or emotional intelligence. Just say emotional intelligence. If you want to add any further filters, because emotional intelligence is too broad an area. In among women employees, among women, among labor class, whatever. Maybe you can always do the filters. And it is searching for papers. It will summarize what we get and give a list of please see, a big list, intelligence of emotional, some from foreign this thing, measuring emotional intelligence, where are we today, emotional intelligence, whatnot, and there's an option here, load more. I can keep on getting this. But you are not getting full papers here, you're just getting on this what all work has happened. You can get hundreds of lists, complete, just keep saying load more, you get. But for me friends, even 5, 6 are enough for me to take further. How we can take it further, I'll show you. But these are some of the relevant. And the best part is, it even gives a summary of the top 4 papers. And J. Mayer, as though I'm not an expert in this name is very familiar to me, done significant work in emotional intelligence. So what is relevant, what is very popular, it identifies and gives. But these are not full papers, mind you. These are just the papers. So go to any paper, identify the credentials, the citations, the details, identify the details. You should go to some database, journal database. My university, friends, have JGate, EBSCO, Emerald. Go to IIM, all databases are readily available. So today I'm sure many institutions have their own databases. Go to database, download. Some of them available, take it. Google Scholar, many of them are available freely, take it. But not everything definitely will be available. Most of them are only on paid basis. But identify the papers, go there, download. It's available, trust me. Fine. But is this what I can begin with? No, hold on. These are just the papers, research papers, published journal papers on this particular topic, on which now I have some good hold because I've read all the material. Once you have identified a few, download it, please ensure you have them with you, the papers. Don't be in a hurry to start the review. Unless you have complete material required for review, you should not begin. How to identify what is complete review material available? Now, in our times, let alone all this, we didn't even have internet. Early 90s, when we started our research. The only thing we had to go depend upon was on the library, and availability was so limited. IM was the only source. Today, sitting at home in front of a system, you can access many things. But expectation also obviously is higher. Now, once you have few of this article, preferably relevant articles, download it, keep it, the full articles. What is important for me to identify on this area, what all research work has happened. This has thrown a few, maybe you may get a big list. Identify, download. For this, there's another very interesting app called LitMaps. LitMaps, literature map software for literature review and research. LitMaps. Most of this work only when you have created an account, when you log in. So, log in, you get. Friends, very, very interesting. Please observe what is this and why it's called LitMaps. We start with something called seed maps. Seed maps. And here, let's say, emotional intelligence. Okay. Friends, even this has identified some of them. Can you see? These, some of them has been identified. It has said, those who are able to see, 1 to 20 of 12,90,749, whatever, books, articles, whatever, on emotional intelligence, it has identified top 20. We can get more actually. Now, I just take this, whatever, any of this, emotional intelligence and autism, working with emotional, whatever, Goldman, another name known for it. I said generate seed map. You're now amazed to see what happens. Friends, on this 2020, this is the latest paper which you can see, and all these are the origin. This paper has cited which papers, this has cited which, this has cited what, this has cited what. Ultimately we go to the original paper with which it initiated. This is what as a researcher we need to do, correct? And this is exactly what we tell our students. Once you take literature review, take the most relevant paper first, read it, but at the end, what are the citations given, references given, make a list, take all of them, read them first and then go further. And essentially what we do, we make a big list of all the work that has happened on that particular topic in chronological order. Now, what we were supposed to be doing manually over large period of time, can you see? Fintech is my area, so I can show more on that. So, since somebody also mentioned the same.
So, at this point, if I'm quoting a reference from, say, 2002, and that has taken a reference from the previous paper,
correct.
Which reference should I quote at that?
No. How to quote is a later issue. We'll come to that later. We're not right now citing anything. We're just identifying on this what all work has happened. How to cite, that I'll show later. Obviously, everything we have referred should be cited. What we have referred should be cited. If I refer this, not that, then quote this.
So you suggest that we go back to the first paper?
Precisely the point, exactly the point. Go from the origin, In fact, what are the steps in literature review? How exactly to do? Normally we do one half-day session actually. We don't have that time, but if you know, you will get to see, knowingly or unknowingly what we have done is, chronological order we have done something. And that's the best way and the right way to do, identify. But quite often, because we don't know this, we randomly keep doing literature review. In case we come across the original work, we may review it, otherwise we may leave it. But now at least I know what has been the origin. Now fintech, all of us know, is a recent, correct? In our growing days, all of us had read one book called The Future Shock by Alvin Toffler in 1960s. And classic book which visualized what all technological advancements may happen. And he said, what all may happen by 2000. And What is said happened by 2000 happened by 1970s itself, 10 years. So imagine the speed at which technology is growing. And if you were there today, I don't know what you would have done with this artificial intelligence. The speed at which it's happening. So let's say fintech is my area. So many work is coming. Generate seed map. Friends, some work of Porter toward a new conception of whatever content relationship. He first spoke about something called fintech, not in the sense in which it is today. But can you see? And hardly few seconds it took for us to identify. And imagine from the time the original thought arose till now, what has happened. If you are able to make out, identifying the gap is not a big difficulty. But then, see how lit maps, how easy for us to identify where it goes to. So, can you see? This is the latest 23. Heterogeneous effect of fintech technology and green fat, whatever. This has taken source from what? Paper of Zhou 2022. And Zhou has taken source from Zan 21, etc., etc. So, how easy it is for me to track back how the work has progressed. Identify and start your review from the beginning. See the difference. Now, each of app I can show for us together. I'm just exposing you for this. I'm taking you to one more app, Research Rabbit app. researchrabbitapp.com. And this is even more exciting. Just that for this, on whatever area you have identified, you should have some papers ready with you. So when I said use elicit, identify the papers, download a few, keep it ready. So for this it will be useful. For this. So on fintech. So it asks us to add papers. So whatever I downloaded, add any number. 5 papers, 6 papers, 10 papers. Add some 4 papers when I added this. So these 4 papers are there. Now, each paper, when I select, it gives a summary, etc. automatically. But for those of you can you see similar work? Just click on that. All work is similar to that paper, and you see some icons in blue, some icons in green. What is in green are the papers which already is there. Remaining, it shows what is not there. And I can arrange it chronologically, different ways, lot of ways in which it can be arranged. So point is, we're able to identify on this area what all work has happened. And that is the foundation for literature review. Without knowing what all has happened, many times you end up doing something which has already been done, correct? That's not a gap. So, of course, in which university you do, how you do, what is the series of a guide, all that is a different issue. But as a researcher, be conscious, you should do definitely something new. That is research all about. And something new calls for knowing everything that has been done, and that's where these apps help us. Now, I'm showing you one more. As I said, a lot more I can show. I'm not elaborating this. You please try, please explore. You see your own area of research, how all it can help you. Showing you one more called paperdigest.org. Paperdigest.org. Now, I'll also show this later again, how to write the paper. But for now, I'll go for literature review. Literature review. And this is one more step further. Okay, I'll again say emotional intelligence. Friends, it is actually asking me some options. What do you want? Paper. Paper is what we need. Other things, let's not worry for now. Patent, etc. But see this. Anytime, what is this? Past 5 years, past 1 year. And this is what we normally do. Take paper anytime. Whatever has been published. First identify. So those who have done literature will get an idea where this leads us to. So friends, all these are related work that has happened all over the period. We can get more. We can just keep on asking, show more, it will keep showing more. But what is interesting is, friends, whatever these papers that has come here its summary is here. This is exactly how we write in our papers. Now normally I refrain showing this because this is not what we should use. Don't copy paste, you do your own, but be aware it's available. But this is my interest, I'm not interested in that part. Let's not get into that. And those who do literature review know what all work has happened. Last 5 years, what all work has happened. So we know in the recent past what is the trend, what is the direction, what all aspects has been captured, what gap was identified in the last 5 years. So it will give me the list. And then last 1 year, recent. And this is definitely of more importance for us, obviously, because we know in recent past what all has been captured, what all has been covered, what has been done, what has not been done. So if you have a clear structure across period, 5 years, recent period, and have the papers, how effective our literature process is. Now, how exactly to do literature review itself is a different game altogether. That's not what I'm explaining now. I'm explaining from where you can find sources for a literature review. Particularly the maps, how easily it helps us to find from the origin of the concept till date what all research has happened. Even 50% of it if able to review, trust me. And such apps can even tell us recent past what is the requirement, only that if you can focus upon, great. Essentially what is research gap? What has been identified as scope for further research by somebody which has not yet been covered by anybody, correct? So, and recent past, what has been identified research gap or scope for further research, and if nobody has done it yet, there's a scope for research, there's a gap. Then how exactly to do it methodically? The system, there's a process involved. And for this, we can use many tools, and one such is Mendeley desktop. This one tool, most of the time people use it for reference, as a reference manager. For citation, they use it. But it is equally effective for literature review as well. It is even more powerful for doing literature review. So what I showed earlier is sources from which you can get all the literature. Download it, put it in this, and if you can know how to use it, friends, you are doing a very effective literature. But then, I got all the literature with me, all the papers, books on this particular topic I have with me. I shall now begin my literature review. So I've identified the sources, identified the papers, all available, good. How to go about? Normally, we begin with paper which is more relevant first. So if you go to Google Scholar, for example, and type, okay, I'll just take you to Google Scholar. So again, I'm showing the same emotional intelligence. Okay. Now, if you observe here, can you see? Sort by relevance, sort by date. By default, you will get it by relevance. What is relevant to the topic you've identified? You get it. So we begin with that. So which is the most relevant? We take, not most latest, most relevant, because the most relevant gives a complete clear understanding of the entire topic for that matter. Take. But what do you think you should do in literature review? So when you say you're doing literature review, you have identified all the research that has happened on that till date. Each paper, you need to do something. What should we do, sir? So in doing literature review, every paper, research paper, you should identify few things. And as a first stage. And what should you identify? Firstly, same, was the research motivation or problem identified in that paper. So every paper you take, this is what you should identify. Some papers explicitly mention it, but most papers you should read for you to identify what is the actual gap that they had identified, they are addressing. 2, what are the objectives? What was the methodology? What was the findings and conclusions? But most important, scope for further research. Now, if you identify everything but not these, friends, you are not doing your review. So Purpose of review is to identify the gap. Gap can be identified only when you see in every work that has happened, what they identified as the further scope for research. Fine. Now, how to do the process of literature review, we'll see later, time permits, but for me, doing this is a difficulty. You should do, trust me. As a researcher, you must. But some help in this would be useful so we can know where we stand, and that's exactly what I'll be showing you now. To do literature review, what all apps can help us. What I showed earlier is sources for literature review. Where all can we get? On the topic we are interested, what all work has happened, that, and whichever database you access, download it. But how to do literature review? Friends, first I'm taking you to an app called Scholarcy. 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 Trust me, so exciting and so powerful, so effective. Again, you should buy it, etc. But to some extent, it works freely. Beyond a point, if you have too many articles to use this, probably you may have to buy. Now here, you should upload a research paper. So I'll just select one research paper. So one of my candidates, Rashmi, she's working on a very interesting area, influence of Rashi on investment patterns. Though that's not the final topic actually, but it's influence of. And I was surprised to know many such work has already happened in different countries. Now I'm just selecting one such paper, moon and something. So all these zodiac, etc., whatever, there's influence on many aspects, including investments. I just selected that paper. Friends, it's reading it. It has read it. Now, in minutes, first and foremost, it has identified what are the key concepts in that paper. 2, it has given the abstract of the paper. 3, it has given synopsis. The synopsis of the paper to generate. But all these we can do and we should do. Please don't go with that. But what I like in this is something which we can't do ourselves, or we can do but which takes time. Scholarcy highlights about this, but even more interesting, friends, Scholarcy summary. Okay, there's one more thing it shows. Okay, 1 minute, I'll just take another paper. I'll just take another paper, Investor's Perception. Maybe that paper probably couldn't locate certain things, but I said 2 things. One, the summary highlights okay, 1 minute, let me show. Okay. Now, since yesterday I was trying this, it is not showing fully. I've exceeded the time limit, free limit. But I'll tell you, it shows each paper, whatever that has been found out, is it better than, what is better than previous papers? What is new in this paper? What it proves, what was proven earlier, does this prove? And does this contradict with any other papers that was mentioned earlier? So what it goes with, what it contradicts with, it gives a list. And that is of utmost use for researcher. But this paper, how it is different from other papers, how it is similar to other papers. And literature, that is one aspect, which initially it will be difficult for us to identify. But that is something which this does because entire database is available there. So this is one such thing called Scholarcy. Then there's one more interesting one, chat PDF, like chat GPT, chatpdf.com. Chatpdf.com. Something similar again. Friends, I select a paper, upload here. Take just a few seconds to read entire paper. Remember? Rajinikanth movie, Robo. The character keeps a book like this and it's read. That's exactly what has happened. So instead of it doing it, we are doing it. Now, paper is there. Ask any question on the paper, it will tell you now. So, please give an abstract of this paper. It gives. What was the abstract? What was the methodology in this paper? It gives. What are the findings in this paper? Everything. Just ask the questions, it will give you. Now, all this we should do, please do. Showing you how we can simplify. Please don't over depend on this. These are available. Whether I discuss here or elsewhere, you would know this. But these are available. You can take help, but use it to supplement your effort rather than completely depending on this. Then there is one more, academicgpt.net. academicgpt.net. Again, similar thing. If you just take any paper, so it will take the paper, and you can ask it to write abstract, summary, conclusion, future work, or you can even ask feedback on this paper. You can ask, explain whatever the aspects, it will explain everything. Now, all this is to supplement our efforts in literature review, particularly when we have deadlines to meet. PhD work, don't use this. But when you're working for papers, conference papers, there's a deadline for you to send your paper for publication. These are not as per our whims and fancies. We have to adhere to deadline. Those times probably this could be a little helpful for us. Even if it's a website, for example, economictimes.com, there is one article. Let's say some article, some paper today, some news today. So this is the news. I should know what is it. What does it say? There is a AI tool called Casper AI. Casper AI. Casper. You can save it as an extension in your system. If I just click that, it will summarize what is there in the page. You can just add it as an extension. And once any website you open, just click that, it will be summarized. So just clear it, just give the comment. So yesterday I was just testing Community Institute of Management Studies. I opened the website and did this. It also gave what should be there, what should not be there also. So maybe you can check it later, sir. Even if you have videos, for example, YouTube, and videos again, just take you to this. Okay, Praveen Mohan, I think most of us watch his videos. Indian symbologist, was deciphered a lot of things in all the Indian architecture, Indian temples, etc. And one place where you can get to really know what our ancestors did.
Your American dream, now a reality with a 1-year STEM Masters. Graduate with a 3-year.
And here, this video, if I use this YouTube Digest, again, you should install it. Once you install, this symbol will appear every time you open a YouTube video. So if you say summarize, it will give a summary of everything in that video. So, any tool, let it be papers, let it be PDF, let it be website, be it videos, everything, there are tools available where in short period you can get in the content, and that is exactly what we did in literature review, but not any content, specific content. Fine. Now let's say you have identified the literature required, done the review, identified the gap. So your motivation is ready, your objectives are clear, you design the objectives, and all this you must do. There may be help, but please don't depend. It's for us to do that, because unless I know what I should find out, we can't do justice for our research. I may give the problem to ChatGPT, ask it to give objectives. It might, but that's not what we should go for. Our objectives are ready, or design the tool, questionnaire is ready, you collected the data. Then comes the major challenge, data analysis. And this is something which happens very frequently. Whenever I meet any research scholar and ask, what's the progress? I get to hear, sir, I'm doing analysis. 6 months later, when I meet and ask, what is the progress? Same response, I'm doing analysis. 1 year later, analysis. Now, this is what we call paralysis of analysis. You get paralyzed in the stage. And this happens for a simple reason, because we don't know how to do analysis. And it doesn't matter. None of us are experts in everything. And I get to see many of you attend many workshops, get to learn. Wonderful, very good, do that. But for those of us who don't have expertise, we can supplement again with some of these tools. So, in doing data analysis, what all types of analysis you have to do? And this is a must if you are doing, especially at PhD level, or writing papers. Any analysis should include all this: descriptive, inferential, and predictive. So when I say data analysis, all these are what you should do, and these are stages. First, you should carry out descriptive analysis, inferential analysis, predictive. Particularly if it's a PhD level, unless you reach the last, it's not a right work. Our UG students, B-based students do the first and second. How to do this? Interval and ratio. So, my first requirement is to understand the data what I have is which type of data. Only then I can do anything further in research. How? That's where these tools can help us. And particularly analysis, all of us may not have expertise, doesn't matter. And good thing is, it will tell you what you can do, it won't do it for you, which is good. If it has to do for us, then that is not what we should really go for. So again, let's say I go for ChatGPT. Let's say. I have following data of 100 employees, gender, income, preference of timings, time of arrival to office, etc. Please indicate what type of data they are. So unless I know this, I can't take it further. You may know. So it will tell you what type of data. Is it nominal, categorical? Nominal ordinal is called categorical, etc. The statistical terminology. You can know. So this is the first stage to begin analysis. Another aspect in analysis is making hypothesis. Making and testing hypothesis. I'm randomly telling you the steps. These are not the steps. How to make, how to do analysis. Step to step. But for what you can get help, I'm showing you. And once again, this is another area where most researchers falter. And I've seen some very good papers where hypothesis is not mentioned the way it has to be mentioned. It's faulty. So let's say we have data of 100 or 1,000 employees, whatever, regarding gender, that is male, female, and annual income. What should be the hypothesis and what test to use? Whatever data you have, put it here. Okay. So, how to make hypothesis? Friends, it tells you. For the information I gave you, we have gender and income. So, most of us know there is something called null alternate hypothesis. Null hypothesis always say there is no significant difference. So, in this case, there is no significant difference in income of male and female. Alternate hypothesis always say there is a difference, significant difference. So, I may not know, but this will tell you how to word it, which is good. What test should I use for this? You tell me. One way, ANOVA, whatever. But how to do? You can ask how to do ANOVA test, how to do independent t-test or ANOVA, one-way ANOVA test. Friends, it will give you command which you can use in Python or R. It will give commands for it. So you should go to R, you should go to Python, upload your file. You can use these commands and it will get the result. So not do the analysis for you, but what to do, what commands. I don't have expert in coding, I don't know what to do, but this is good enough for me. Just take the code and take it there. See, this is the Python command it has given. So upload the file in Python, put this code there, it will give the outcome. So like this, all aspects, there's no one or two, checking normality, every aspect relating to descriptive, inferential, predictive. What you don't know, you can seek suggestion from ChatGPT or any other of this, it will give you. Similar to ChatGPT, we have one more thing called WISIO, W-I-S-I-O, function similar to ChatGPT itself. So this, that, any of them. Friends, after analysis, findings, conclusions, then comes two other challenges, writing manuscript, and in case we are interested to publish, publishing it. Now, this is again one more area where we need help. And many of my papers and many other papers rejected from some top journals because we didn't write the way it had to be written. So how to write? Today, fortunately, there are so many apps which can help us to write. So one of them is this, jennyai.com. Jenny AI. Jenny. Now, let's say, go for a new area. Again, say, emotional intelligence. Let's start writing. And start with the basic foundation. One sentence it gave, and it gives a choice. Accept it, or you can ask for an alternative. So I am not writing it, it is writing. So let's say accept. And do you think it's imaginary writing? No. Everything, it has a source. It is taken from some thousands, lakhs of documents that is writing it. And I can say cite. Ask it to cite. So it will tell me from where it has taken. It will give the citation as well. Something what we should be doing. But again, definitely it won't be as effective as what we can do. But at least to get an idea how to begin the writing, how to start. Don't use the same as it is. And today, how we have plagiarism check. We have AI check. So same Turnitin. If you put your paper, it will show you how much of this is AI content. So it's not that you can just copy paste as it is. Definitely that's not as simple, but at least you get a direction in which you can do this. So one more, I showed you earlier, paper digest. So let's show it for literature review. Now you can use it for this. And here, you first write, and that is good. You write it first, but how to write it the way it is expected in a thesis, in a paper, you may not know. That is definitely technical language. One of my cases on Reliance Industries, I sent it for publication, Harvard. 3 rounds of review happened. They suggested some changes. I made all the changes. Then for the 4th round, they said, please use Grammarly and check. Grammarly at that time, I couldn't afford to buy that. It was a little expensive, and these were not so easily available. These are our latest origin. And I said, anyway, what I've done is correct. It's good. I don't need. I made some small changes and sent. They rejected. They didn't accept. But another publisher published it. But just because it was not in the order, the format, the grammar, particularly the spellings, grammar, we think it's good. Our grammar is limited to what we have learned, but the expectation is different. These help us. So if I go to any paper, paste my work and say paraphrase, that's it. Seconds it will paraphrase the way it is required. That's fine. It's my work. Only it's putting it in the format in which it is expected, which is not bad. So this is where I said we can definitely make use. Similarly, we have something called Quillbot. Quillbot.com. Again, you can upload the document or copy paste the text. You can see paraphrase, that is phrase it as expected in the proper language. Can you see grammar check, plagiarism check? Some of these you have to upgrade, you have to buy. Most of these you can. Summarizer, what I showed you earlier. Citation generator, everything. So citation generator, here we can. What to cite? What we have worked. How to cite? Best is go for reference managers like Mendeley, what I showed you. Those are most useful and helpful. Now let's say, yeah.
When I use this paper digest and Quillbot
Hmm.
to paraphrase,
Hmm.
will that check against AI generation, or it will?
May not, but as I said, most of these apps, it won't repeat the same. See, what is plagiarism check? What happens? If there is something in our work which is already there somewhere, correct? But it's not repeating, where is it? So, where is the database to check it is taken from somewhere? So, paraphrasing won't, but any work which it generates, if you copy paste, there are ways it can identify. But what we have worked, being paraphrased, that's not. But it's our work, mind you. If it is copy paste some other work, definitely again it might identify for that matter. And definitely there should always be ways in which can bypass, but why to worry on that? Finally, I've done my work, I want to publish. So once again, many, but this is one which definitely we can use, because most of these are by those journals itself, journals which publish, and I'll show many more later. Maybe you can see this list and make a note of this. Springer Journal Suggester, Wiley Journal Finder, Journal Selector, Trinka. Like this, there are many apps by journals themselves. And in their own platform, when you put, and if they're paraphrasing, writing the way it has to be written, what's wrong? Because it's by them. It's not that we're copying or some other's work. So it shows one this thing. Can you see? Check submission readiness. So today, for want of people to do the work, many journals also gone use AI. The first round will happen through these websites, through these apps. So, which you can do. So they encourage you to do. Upload your manuscript file, the Word file. It will check, is it ready for submission as per their requirements? If yes, then you can submit it. So the first level is taken care. Further things about your research, about all those things, of course, experts will always take a look into. Does not mean it is accepted, but at least the format in which it is expected, it can suggest this. And most of this will not say, change it. It will suggest you what changes to make. You are the one to make the suggestion, changes. Now, these are a few which I showed you, as I said, which can supplement our work. But let's always keep in mind, need. What's the purpose you need? Identify. I'm sure you can find what is useful for you. But I repeat, depending on that is definitely not correct. Using it to supplement our work, yes. Today we need to be speed, we need to be fast. We don't have luxury of time. My days, literature was 8-month to 12-month work more. Today that's not the time we have for whatever reason. 3 months, okay. And we can. 3 months, this is decent work if you can take help. To identify what all work has happened itself, I used to take 2-3 months. Today, lit maps, click of a button. Good, that list is what I want. What's wrong in using it? But as long as we know how much to use, what not to use it for, it's good, because end of it, it's not writing, publishing, doing some research. Later, when somebody questions us on that, we should be able to answer. Can't say, please ask ChatGPT, we can't say. So it's for us to do the work. How much we can use it for our requirement, we need. So this is a glimpse of what all AI tools we can use for academic research. Thank you for your patient listening, and thanks for the opportunity. Thank you. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Can you suggest some tips to increase human content flow?
Don't use system. Write everything. Do everything. Of course, it's definitely yes required. It's my responsibility end of the day. How much I need to. The more it is, definitely good. But what tips? Do it yourself. As I said, it's an increasing concern today. What is ours? What is adopted? Nobody is able to. People who didn't do work get credit. People who don't do work today are getting lost in the crowd because of that. It's a concern. As long as we are doing our work consciously, I think that should take care. Sir.
With respect to review of literature,
yeah.
For how many years of relevant information has to be taken?
Okay.
You said that
No, this has nothing to do with the apps, but to do with literature review. As I said, literature review is a big process by itself and very exciting. Trust me, the more you be into it, you don't like coming out of it. Now, there's nothing like a time period. Absolutely nothing. But there are many works where research got from the very oldest paper, 1850s, today has been taken further, particularly finance research. So Markowitz, many of them, a lot of work has been done after Markowitz. But recently some of the professors, they identified something in that and continued in a different dimension. So there is nothing like a time period. It all depends on two things, especially when you're doing research. Whatever whatever is getting depicted, whatever the gap I feel, will it be relevant by the time I complete my research? So as long as the gap identifies that, then the period should not matter. And obviously, the right research gap can be identified only from the latest works. But unless you have understanding of the progress till date, that may be easy to identify. Ma'am, please. Actually, abstract you find because you are not subscribed for it.
No, sir. We have this institutional login.
It may be limited access probably. There are two things: limited access, full access. Full access, all papers you get full paper. Limited access you may get only the abstract. But if it is a work which you feel is relevant to you, if you not get there, you should definitely go somewhere and get it. IIMs in that sense is very helpful. Indian Institute of Management Library, they will help you. So if you find the title is apt for your interest, if you don't have full paper, don't compromise. Please go to place where you can get it. Today, I think, of course, it depends on the institution. Does it have limited or full access? And demand for full access, because increasingly that is what we need. If it is full access, you will get full paper, for sure.
So one more, sir. And few they tell us we should only refer the Scopus Index journal. But comparatively with the EBSCO host or whatever the JSTOR we have full resources with Google Scholars.
Yes.
Can we rely on Google Scholars?
Google Scholar being a free this thing, it will give a list, but it is not complete. But one thing with Google Scholar is, it doesn't have boundaries. From every source it picks up. So the list what is get is comprehensive. But you may not get everything, full paper, particularly in Google Scholar.
But how do we pick up only Scopus index for web
In fact, I generally don't recommend go with only Scopus index, not necessary. I can definitely show some Scopus index paper which are not good. I can show some local journal papers which are really good. So don't have that restriction in mind. As long as it's a work which suits your requirement, it's fine. In fact, actually, if you go for databases, there is one column there, index, where all it is indexed, that paper will be given. So scope, it will be available. Actually, if you select it, just filter only Scopus and it will give you. But I suggest please don't do that. Whatever is relevant, let it be published anywhere that is ideal to be used rather than just going for Scopus index.
Sir, can you brief us how to do a ROL in simple words?
Okay. We'll do that. I can't do that in 4-5 minutes. It definitely calls for a process to show. What I can do is, we'll definitely connect. Maybe I'll request Professor Mahesh to help us to have a Zoom session or something. We can definitely spend an hour or whatever, and I'll definitely demonstrate at least how we should go about doing a literature review. We can definitely do that. I'll make a request. Probably you also can coordinate. We can definitely do that for sure. Let me not dilute just by saying that this is what it is. Any other questions, sir? Thank you very much. Thanks for patience. Yeah, please, ma'am.
And whatever you have promised, definitely you have done. And 90% I'm taking over the knowledge whatever share. The 10% is not because of you. It is I am a slow learner, so because of that 90% I'm taking over. And my question is, after applying the tools of any ANOVA, Manakova, whatever it may be, so the table we will get it out now. After that, it is the interpretation of a table. It is very difficult. So, is there any AI tool for interpreting?
There are tools indeed for that as well. Even ChatGPT, for that matter, if you put the table or whatever it has come and ask it to interpret, it can interpret for you.
So, yes. In the ChatGPT, we can use the table also.
Very much, very much.
Okay.
If ChatGPT doesn't, go to directories and ask for tools for data analysis. It will show you many. So there actually if you put the outcome from whatever package, an interpretation can help you with. But end of it, you are the judge. You should decide what interpretation is going, is it correct or not to a requirement. But it can give you an idea of how to interpret it. That
sure,
also is possible.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing with us your expertise, knowledge about research, and also in-depth information about the use of artificial intelligence in academic research. It was a very innovative and interactive session. I request Dr. Mahesh Kumar, sir, to felicitate Dr. Rajesh Kumar, sir. Thank you, sir. All the speakers today have provided us with valuable information and knowledge. We have learned a lot from their presentations and discussions. Thank you all for your attention and cooperation since morning. Now we'll begin the valedictory function. I request Dr. Mahesh Kumar, sir, to escort the dignitaries onto the dais. A very good evening, everyone. I take this opportunity to welcome each one of you to the valedictory function of the one-day faculty orientation program, Ultra Paradigm in Research Methods. This is an immensely exciting evening for our institution. Prayer is not for someone to listen, but it's to strengthen your faith in God. I call upon Srimati Sharada, Faculty of Community Center, to invoke the Almighty.
मानवतु श्री सरस्वती मानवतु श्री सरस्वती कामकोटि पीठ निवासिनी मानवतु श्री सरस्वती कामकोटि पीठ निवासिनी मानवतु श्री सरस्वती कोमलकर सरोज धृतवीणा कोमलकर सरोज धृतवीणा हिमातीर्थवर वाग्विभूषणि हिमातीर्थवर वाग्विभूषणि मानवतु श्री सरस्वती राजाधिराज पूजिते चरणे राजीवनयने रमणीयवदने राजाधिराज पूजिते चरणे राजीवनयने रमणीयवदने सुजन मनोहर पूर्ण चतुरे निजगण शोभित मणिमयहारे सुजन मनोहर पूर्ण चतुरे निजगण शोभित मणिमयहारे अज भगवन्दित वासुदेव चरणार्चित सकल वेद सारे मानवतु श्री सरस्वती कामकोटि पीठ निवासिनी मानवतु श्री सरस्वती सरस्वती सरस्वती
Thank you, ma'am, for the melodious prayer. To acknowledge the presence of our esteemed guests from various institutions, organizations, and industries, I request our Principal of Community Institute of Commerce and Management Studies, Dr. Dharmendra Kumar sir, to give the welcome speech.
अस्मद्गुरुभ्यो नमः ज्ञानानन्दमयं देवं निर्मलस्फटिकाकृतिं आधारं सर्वविद्यानां हयग्रीवम् उपास्महे. Good evening to all. I am very happy to stand before you to deliver my welcome speech in the occasion of Ultra Paradigm in Research Methods Faculty Development Program. The entire program is designed, guided by a legendary academician, Dr. T.V. Raju sir. Sir is the present chief guest of this program. I am very happy to welcome Dr. T.V. Raju sir, Director Planning RV Educational Institution. I request our chairman to honor T.V. Raju sir. Sir, innondu. The architect of this institution, Sakara Ratna, Sri K.M. Nagaraj, Chairman, Community Group of Educational Institution. I welcome with all respect, sir. I request our secretary to honor. A very good plan maker and executor is our secretary, Sri Chikkaya sir. I welcome Sri Chikkaya sir, Community Group of Educational Institutions. I request our chairman to honor our secretary. I welcome Dr. Rajesh Kumar sir in this occasion and welcome Veena madam. Their support and their knowledge is very useful to our new researcher. Definitely their motivational speech and their resource advice are helpful to future research scholars. I welcome Dr. Mahesh Kumar, Sims B School, Dr. Lokesh. I request our Mahesh Kumar sir to honor Dr. Rajesh Kumar. I request Mahesh Kumar to honor Veena ma'am. Chaitana. I welcome Dr. Lokesh, Principal, Community Center, Pre-University College. And I welcome a very friendly and very close to our institution, Dr. Lakshman Prasad sir. I welcome Suresh, Administrative Officer, Community Group of Educational Institutions. I welcome all my teaching friends and research scholars, various college principals and directors and all. I welcome you one and all. Thank you.
On behalf of CICMS, I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Dharmendra Kumar sir. I request Mahesh sir to felicitate him. Thank you, sir. We are excited to hear some words by our today's chief guest and chief advisor of this faculty orientation program from Dr. T.V. Raju sir, Director, Planning at RV Educational Institutions.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ನ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಈ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ನ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೆ.ಎಂ. ನಾಗರಾಜ್ರವರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಗೌರವ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದ ಚಿಕ್ಕಯ್ಯನವರೇ ಮತ್ತು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ನ 2 ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಂಥ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವೀಣಾ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಇತರ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ನ PU ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಮತ್ತು ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟಡೀಸಿನ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆದಂಥ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥವರು ಮತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಧಾನ, ತಾಳ್ಮೆ ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಬಹುಶಃ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ವರ್ಡ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ನಾನು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನಿಂದನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ತಾವೆಷ್ಟು ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆದರೆ ಸೆಷನ್ ಎಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಿಮಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮಯ ಸಿಕ್ಕಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಕಾರಣ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ ಕೂಡ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟೇಕನ್ for all the 3 sections. So wonderful, and at the same time, it is almost a very important issue for all researchers. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ನ ನಾವು ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಐ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ಯು ದಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಫಾರ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ಸ್ and research guides and also those who want to take up the teaching on research basis. Research-based teaching, and also those who want to become the research guides and also to do project research. So for all those people we have kept in mind while designing this particular faculty development program. in the first session, Professor Shrikant Swami narrated so well about the developing the research culture in higher educational institutions. Again, the time was short for him also, but however, nearly 80% of what he wanted to convey has been very much conveyed to all of you. That is there. And probably you are very happy because some of the new concepts also, so he introduced, especially today. So because I have attended his sessions also in the past, and today what he has taken up, something new, very innovative aspects also, he narrated in detail today, and all of you must have gained a sufficient knowledge about that. And the next one is, of course, the second session, Madam Veena, she is very much here. She spoke about the qualitative research. So even in case of Madam also, the time was too short. Probably the next FDP, I think, Madam, will give you enough time. Probably you'll be able to spend more time, and also they can ask a lot of questions for you. Yes, so that is also there. But anyway, the qualitative research, because we always speak about the quantitative research and qualitative research. How to convert quantitative research into qualitative research? Only Rajesh Kumar must tell us how the quantitative research can be converted into qualitative research. But what is required is qualitative research. And really it's wonderful. Madam narrated so well, but the time was too short. Probably the next FTP you'll be able to ask many questions to Madam. Otherwise, you please write to Madam. Right, she'll be able to give you her email ID. You can definitely ask Madam on various issues relating to qualitative research, and she'll be ready to answer. That's what she promised us. Yes, Madam. And the third session, of course, we thought that many of you go to a nice sleep after a fine lunch. Right, fine lunch. Of course, I request the secretary to be, the lunch should be working lunch, but really it exceeded. So, with certain important items, and we have consumed very well, happily. But it was so challenges on the part of Rajesh Kumar, but Rajesh Kumar promised that I will see that nobody should sleep. But likewise, of course, so as he promised, we know none of us even took rest for a single second. Right, we were so, rather say, happy and so attractive the whole session was, right? Lot of things. Probably at this rate, Rajesh Kumar, I feel that every month you can produce one PhD, right? Every month you can produce one PhD. So that is the thing. So what is the application of technology, you see? But always, he also narrated at the end that you have to use the technology to the extent possible, right, to the extent possible, only to the extent of requirement. Otherwise, it will take away, right? You will not be able to understand where you are ultimately. So it is always better to keep the technology in your control, whatever that you do. So it is very well narrated, and also probably for researchers. So a lot of issues you have taken up, and a lot of what is called supporting apps and all, rather say, websites, and so many things are available, and I'm sure so this would definitely help for all researchers as such. But I must be highly thankful to all of you that so you are very attentive all through the sessions, and you wanted to ask many questions, and that clearly shows that so you have a lot of urge for knowledge. So you want to enhance the knowledge, especially in the research pattern or in the research area, right? You want to know, rather you want to acquire more and more knowledge. That is always good, because we have to compete with so what is called the whole world, and of course the global competition. We have to think of global competition. So every day, right from dawn to dusk, that is there. But anyway, of course, we have to be very careful when we have to advise the students to use the technology, right? Otherwise, so everything will take away. So this is what, but under any circumstances, so you must also see that you should not take away the humanity and our humility, right? Humility. So that is there. So that is to be maintained always, but ethics, values, culture, and quality should never be compromised. So whenever you have to do your research work, and in all the three sections in different domains, so probably, so whatever that has been contributed by resource persons, you have taken it, and I am sure that to a certain extent you will be able to so probably grow to a certain extent in the research area. That helps you to grow. Fine. So I'm highly thankful, and I must thank the president of this institution, the secretary of this institution, and Mr. Mahesh Kumar, and all the entire team for having given me an opportunity to design this particular FDP for all of you. I thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your motivational words of experience. We have now come to the most interactive part of the program, and very eager to hear from you and also respond to your queries and feedback. Few faculties are willingly initiated to give their feedback. I request Mr. Murugesh, HOD of Commerce and Management at Dayananda College, to kindly come and give his feedback.
dignitaries. Sir, ಏನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಸಮ್ಮರಿನ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಟಿ ವಿ ರಾಜು ಸರ್ ಸಮ್ಮರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. So session 1 in the starting from TV Raju sir, he insisted on doing the ethical research part. Second one, I want to start from the initial stage, from the entrance till here. The greeting which was made by the student volunteers was wonderful, and there was an arrangement for online and on-spot registration. Registration counter was very systematic. Third one was the arrangements which was made by the management and the faculty members was wonderful. Coming to the session, we got the idea what is the takeaway from the session. One is we are going to initiate the research cafe in our institution now onwards. That is from Sri Kantaswamy sir. Then from session 2, all of us know that when there is a drastic shortage of time was there, interaction was initiated by ma'am. We were totally involved, but there was a lunch break. We would like to hear more from you, ma'am, because we know personally Veena ma'am. She's very good at it. We have attended so many sessions from ma'am. Still a lot more to learn regarding the qualitative research. Time was the only constraint. And session number 3 was like, as sir said, we never got a single second to sleep because we were able to note down so many AI portals over there which we can assist us in doing our research. Some of the parts like literature review and all those things we are struggling actually. Now we got an idea where we can get the assistance from the technology. Thank you Rajesh sir for that. And I would like to thank Dr. Mahesh Kumar sir for organizing this event. We would look forward to attend more programs in Community Institute of Management Studies. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir. Next, I request Ms. Pratima from New Horizon College to give a feedback.
Good evening to everyone present here. It was a pleasure to actually attend this wonderful FDP. And after coming here, I realized there were a lot of New Horizonites who have come. And many colleges, it was just not a networking place where I actually met so many of my friends and old colleagues. It was a wonderful learning session. Best part was first session we learned about the research culture, how the research behavior should run about, and then we moved on to the qualitative and quantitative. The comparison was very much in detail. Though there was a time constraint, it was very well narrated, and the third session was the best of all. I am a research scholar from VTU, where I actually stand in a stage where sir was cracking a joke on somebody who said, I've done everything except literature review. That applied to me. I was wondering, I didn't meet sir, but he knows about me. Because I actually am in a stage where I don't know how to put that in the frame. So I learned the most. So if I had to rate it, it was A+, and the last session was A+++, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your feedback. Next, I request Mr. Ajit Deva from RNS Saitri College.
Good afternoon to all. KM Nagaraj sir, good afternoon. I would like to wish the dignitaries on the dais and the participants. So I would personally like to thank Dr. K.R. Mahesh for extending his invitation to attend this session. And what I could say is there have been a lot of things that we have learned here today, from the research methodology to qualitative methods, and to finally AI, artificial intelligence. Okay, so these are the things which we have learned. And I want to share a small story with you. So recently in RNSIT, they came out with the Artificial Intelligence Department. And the HOD of the MCA department, she got promoted to HOD of Artificial Intelligence. So when I went to the MCA department because of some work, I asked in charge HOD, where is Dr. whatever her name is? And he told me that she's become the HOD of Artificial Intelligence Department. And then one of my colleague remarked over there, because her intelligence is artificial, that's why they have made her the HOD. Okay, but all that put aside, it was a very good session and I really enjoyed being here. And I also took a lot of, I got a lot of takeaways from Dr. Rajesh's session. Thank you, sir. So it was a lovely time here today, well spent, and I look forward to many other such sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the feedback about this FDP. Leadership and learning are indispensable to each other. There is no greater gift than that of giving one's time and energy to help each other without expecting anything in return. And this evening, we have such a visionary leader, Sri K. Nagaraj sir, Chairman of Community Institute of Educational Institutions. I request Dr. Bhagirathna ma'am to introduce our...
Thank you, Padmavati. Good evening to one and all present here. A dynamic leader of magnanimous benevolence. He is our strength, guiding force, and a hardcore perfectionist by nature. Sri K.M. Nagaraj sir hails from Kankanpalya, Jayanagar, born to Sri L. Munirangappa and Srimati T. Rangama, has graduated from Bangalore University. He has been a dynamic leader since his college days. He was the General Secretary of Bangalore University Students' Council during 1973-74, participated and organized 7 NSS camps as student leader in Bangalore University. He was General Secretary for Karnataka Pradesh Preparatory Committee for 11th World Festival for Youth and Students held at Havana, Cuba. He has been a sports enthusiast. He represented Bangalore University in the Inter-University Kabaddi Championship during 1967 held at Jabalpur. Organized All India Invitation Kabaddi Tournament in memory of late Sri Sanjay Gandhi at Bangalore during 1981. In recognition to his dynamism and leadership, he was selected as an Indian delegate to the World Parliament for Peace Solidarity held at Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria in 1980, and also by Friends of Soviet Union to participate in an international conference held at Moscow, USSR, and Rome during 1982. He has been an active member of Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee since his youth days and closely associated with all the eminent personalities of the party, from the then Prime Minister Iron Lady Srimati Indira Gandhi ji to the present party leaders at the central level, and from the then Chief Minister Sri Devaraj Aras to present leaders of KPCC at the state level. A true kingmaker who has shaped political career of numerous political leaders of the present day. In recognition to his services in the field of cooperative societies, he has been honored with prestigious Sahakara Ratna Award from Government of Karnataka State. His philanthropic concern towards the upliftment of the underprivileged in the society and providing quality education to meet the needs of all sections of the society led him towards establishment of educational institutions of par excellence. He is the chairman of the Community Center Group of Educational Institutions, president of Kamala Nehru Makkala Mandira Educational Society, Bangalore, president of HB Samaja Gandhi Bazaar, Sri Patalamma Temple Trust, Devasthanagala Abhivrudhi Sangha, Sri Krishna Hallikarara Mahasamsthana Trust, and Bangalore City Sri Ayyappa Seva Samiti, president of Ashok Nagar Cooperative Bank. He is vice president of Karnataka Rajya Hallikarara Sangha, former president of Yuvaka Sangha, member of Rajya Dharmika Parishad Government of Karnataka. Actually, the list goes on. Due to the shortage of time, I have just mentioned the main and the most important achievements of his. Sir, we are all proud and honored to be associated with you in SINS family. I kindly request you to address the gathering.
ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗುರು ಸಮಾನರು ಹಾಗೂ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಆದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಟಿ ವಿ ರಾಜುರವರೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಈ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೊಳಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಲವು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಹಲವು ಪದಾಧಿಕಾರಿ ಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನು ಅಲಂಕರಿಸಿ ಅನುಭವವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಶಾಲೆಯ ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಯಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತ್ ಚಿಕ್ಕಯ್ಯನವರೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀಮಾನ್ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪದವಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲ ಅಂತ ಧರ್ಮೇಂದ್ರ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರೇ, ನಮ್ಮ PU ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಶ್ರೀಮಾನ್ ಲೋಕೇಶ್ರವರೇ, ಮತ್ತು ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಶ್ರೀಮಾನ್ ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಅವರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ವೀಣಾರವರೇ, ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕ ವರ್ಗದವರೇ ಮತ್ತು ಅತಿಥಿಗಳೇ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸೂಕ್ತವಾದಂಥ ತಯಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ. That's why I have been invited to deliver the valedictory address, which may not contain much subject material. You know, I'm very happy. I feel very happy to get associated with you people. The world, the human world, is looking forward for some intelligent people who can go forward and conduct researches on various subjects in every corner which is existing in this world. It is very difficult for us to mention how far we have to travel to investigate and learn the existence of this world. It is never ending. The Almighty has created many things, out of which you might have detected or you might have come to know very few of the entire creation. You know, I congratulate all you people for having participated in these kind of sessions and for having heard the lectures of experts who have come and addressed you since today morning. And of course, under the able leadership of Dr. T.V. Raju, I think our society is going to be benefited in a large quantum. Of course, he is conducting another training institute under RV University, in which our youngsters are also allowed to participate and learn to become proper personalities in this society. And I hope that he will guide our people for a longer period, and he will help the undeveloped people, particularly people who hail from villages like Kanakanapalya, Ediyuru, or Siddhapura, or Bairisandra. Because they are all the neglected areas. Because the extensions were formed and they have been occupied by outsiders but the people who lived here, who really built this Bangalore city, are still called the downtrodden. I think that persons like T.V. Raju and you people would definitely look into the interest of such downtroddens and develop them in future. Anyhow, I am very much thankful to you all and the organizers for having given me this opportunity to be in the midst of you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your words of wisdom. You have always inspired us. Gratitude sweetens even the smallest moments. Finally, I request Sri Lokesh B.S., Principal of Community Center University College, to give the vote of thanks.
Good evening to all. As we come to the conclusion of this enriching and enlightening faculty development program, I am truly honored to stand before you today to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of Community Center Group of Educational Institutions and all the participants. First and foremost, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable President, Sri K.M. Nagara Sir, Community Center Group of Education Institutions. Your guidance and mentorship have been invaluable, sir. So I also take this opportunity to thank Chief Advisor, Dr. T.V. Raju Sir, Director Planning, RV Education Institutions. I would also like to thank our Honorable Secretary, Sri Chikaya Sir, Community Center Group of Educational Institutions, for his continuous support and commitment to professional development. I also take this opportunity to thank today's resource persons, Dr. Srikantesh Swami Sir, Dr. Veena Madam, and Dr. Rajesh Sir, who have generously shared their knowledge, expertise, and insights with us during this program. I also thank Lakshman Prasad Sir, Suresh Sir, Dr. Mahesh Kumar Sir, Dr. Dharmender Kumar Sir. Lastly, I want to extend my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, faculty members, for their tireless effort in planning and executing this program smoothly and efficiently. Once again, thank you all.
Yes. Thank you, sir. I conclude today's program with this quote: "Knowledge is of no value unless you put it into practice." I hope you found today's program inspiring and informative. Let's continue and build on what we have started today and explore ways to collaborate and make positive impact on our community. Thank you, one and all. Kindly be seated, fill the feedback forms, and submit the feedback forms to the volunteers. And also you can collect the certificates at the counters which are assigned. And I also request all of you to kindly join us for the high tea which is being ready. Thank you.